The total destabilization of life as we know it. Did you hear that nice lady on the news? I missed who she actually was, but she sounded like an expert to me. The not much COP26 is going to close and absolutely nothing's going to happen. You know it won't. We're not going to save ourselves until it's too late. I'm telling you. She said if you're under 60, if you're under 60 years old, then you will witness the total destabilization of life as we know it. She stumbled a bit when she was speaking. She's probably tired. The total destabilization of life as we know it, she said, if you're under 60. Well, haha, charade you are. I'm 61. Is it me, or when Bodger speaks, like he was chuntering on about, well, you know, it's very, very important, you know, doing his thing. Everybody must obey the rules and regulations. Yeah, wear a mask at all times. Sure, like I don't, he said. When he speaks, do you think, are you still the Prime Minister? You're not still the Prime Minister, are you? I mean, come on. Time's up. Let's go. Still clinging on. That's not embarrassing at all. Hey, the Leonids meteor shower is set to peak on Wednesday night and through to Thursday dawn with up to 15 shooting stars every hour.
Boring!
The annual spectacle occurs when small rocks fall towards Earth after breaking off from a comet called Temple Tuttle. Isn't that exciting?
No.
Couldn't be more boring. You sit there in a freezing, blooming cold, staring at the sky for about 20 minutes, and then you go, oh, there's one. And that's it. According to NASA, the Leonids are considered to be some of the fastest meteors in existence, travelling at speeds of 44 miles per second, or approximately the same speed that Bodger Johnson reaches when trying to dodge journalists' questions about how corrupt he is.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Meanwhile, down on dry but gloomy Earth, the weekend temperatures are mild for the time of year, hitting 15 centigrade in some parts. And I sincerely hope they include your parts. Averages of 14 centigrade on Sunday and 13 centigrade on... 14 on Saturday, 13 on Sunday. I will translate that from European metric surrender temperatures to Her Majesty's Fahrenheit. So you multiply by 5 and divide by 9 and add 32. So 13 times 5 is 5 ones are 5 and 5 threes are 15, so that's 515. And you divide by 9 is like 60. 60? 60 plus 32 is 112. Wow! It's going to be 112 degrees centigrade this weekend. Can you believe that?
No.
Or Fahrenheit, whichever it is. Each way, don't make no difference. Don't get comfortable. Forecasters have warned of snow next week.
What?
Snow. It's too early. There goes that hoping for a warm winter thing that Zaphod Zahawi promised us. Wasn't it him who said we were going to get... Oh, don't worry about the high price of gas. We're going to get a warm winter. Yeah, I've looked at my tea leaves, or he's done the numbers.
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course an additional 5.4 billion pounds. Now, you've got to remember, one, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including...
Sounds like my car engine on a cold day. I think someone needs to trickle charge him. Anyway, forecasters have warned for snow next week.
What?
Exactly. Some places by next week will get snow of up to 2.5 millimetres, or 3 feet 6. Met Office forecaster Alex said... He said, on Saturday it's going to be staying cloudy in eastern parts with some showers. Mostly dry elsewhere. Mostly. With some... Well, at least I'm laughing. Where am I? Oh, yeah. Sunny spells, particularly over northwest Scotland. What? Northwest Scotland? Sunny? Rubbish. Checking while you wait. Aha! Blimey. This is Glasgow. Not raining tonight, not raining tomorrow, not raining on Sunday, not raining on Monday. But then... oh dear. Never mind. Raining every single day for the rest of your lives. Rain and strong winds in the far northwest sink southeast. Does that make sense?
No.
Shall I read it again?
Negative.
Something about sinking. Blustery showers following on. Fog by night, mild over all. That is Sunday to Tuesday. Do you want to hear the long-range forecast for the next 4 weeks?
No.
Until the 25th of November now. Changeable in the north, which I think means raining in Glasgow. Elsewhere, drier and clearer with early fog. That's the next week. And then the following week, into the third week in November, it's going to become drier and more settled. Temperatures go down towards the end of the month, with an increasing chance of some wintry showers in the north, but a slight risk of snow showers at lower levels. And for the last week of November, first week of December, northwesterly winds mean temperatures are likely to be near or slightly below average. The most settled, driest and brightest conditions are predominantly across the south, and some milder spells cannot be ruled out. Some milder spells cannot be ruled out? We'll take it. This text says the Tories have lost so many points in the polls. Have they stopped getting things in order? You're just playing me like a ukulele, or whatever those things are called, like a banjo. A banjo would probably be correct. I heard that you, if you get it in order, you do get extra points.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Extra points for getting it in order. Paul says, it's my 36th birthday today, and what do I get? The total destabilisation of life as we know it. Thanks. Yes, it's 36th birthday. Nobody cares, Paul. I mean that in the nicest possible way. Martin emails, where is Extinction Rebellion when Boris needs them? Yeah. I'm surprised we're not at war with France yet. They must be so desperate for some sort of major distraction. I'll come to that. Did you see... I'll come to that in a minute. First of all, this was absolutely delicious. Football manager and teeth wrangler Jurgen Klopp said world leaders should not be elected because they have the weirdest haircut. What do you think of that, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Any thoughts, Donito?
Oh, shut up!
The Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp said the rise of Johnson and Donald Trump was a bad sign for the whole of the world. Yeah, and America too.
The American dream is dead.
Jurgen Klopp said, why do we let people like Farage and Johnson lead any kind of group of people in any direction? Exactly.
I'm a nutcase.
He said, I have to say, at the last two elections, first with Donald Trump and Boris Johnson, but particularly Donald Trump.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
And Boris Johnson. That's his defining characteristic, isn't it? Yeah. There it is. In a nutshell, Bodger Johnson. Anyway, Jurgen Klopp said, why do we let people like Farage and Johnson lead any kind of group of people in any direction? Well, it's probably got something to do with the type of people that he got in his party.
We've got a few idiots in our party.
He said, one is now gone and the other struggles still. As in, Trump has gone. He's a goner.
You are going to love President Trump.
Yeah, particularly when he's a goner. He said, it's a really bad sign for the whole of the world that this can happen because everybody knew beforehand that it will not work, but we still let it happen as a society, and I cannot believe that, said Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp. He said, one's gone, the other one struggles still. It's incredible. It's not a nice job, I have to say. It's not an easy job to do, but that's why we have to find a system where we can bring people in the position to solve all of our problems who are the best possible people and not the most not the most funny or the weirdest haircut or whatever. Yeah. Bingo! In a nutshell, precisely right. I couldn't agree more. Any thoughts, Bodge?
I think he's betraying a quite stupefying ignorance.
Jurgen Klopp made a point of praising Manchester United's Marcus Rashford last year for his free school meals campaign. Klopp said at the time, "It's just nice to show, in a time when obviously a lot of people who are really in charge of something and don't show any sign of proper leadership, that a boy grown up in difficult circumstances and blessed with sensational talent obviously never forgot his roots and where he is coming from. It's a bit of a shame that he has to do it, but it is wonderful as well. He speaks English better than most English people. And with that many teeth in his mouth, it must be difficult. A bit of a shame that he has to do it, but it is wonderful as well. Yeah, we have a government now that is led by people who continually quote their faith at us and use it as a weapon. And yet, almost always do the precise opposite of what Jesus would do. Any thoughts on that?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah. But to be fair to the Conservative government, starving children do not donate thousands of pounds to the Conservative Party, so they really can't expect any special treatment. Ain't that right, Smug? Meanwhile, Boris Johnson has slumped in the polls because a number of Tory sleaze scandals have finally woken his cult fans from their torpor. Even Fishy got stuck in. Fishy Sunak delivered a rebuke to the PM, saying the government needs to do better. And at this point, I would not be surprised if that meant the government needs to do better to stop us plebs from finding out about their various shenanigans, rather than them stopping their various shenanigans. What a week, eh? What a way to run a country.
Dreadful.
Claire texts, "Hey Nick, being a Glaswegian and living close to the city centre and working in Sucky Hall Street, the only thing I've noticed about COP26 is there's loads more police from all over the UK and fancy buses for the delegates." Fancy buses? Bruce emails, "The COP delegates are copping out at COP26. Greta Thunberg is right with too much blah, blah, blah. Words are meaningless without actions to back them up. Unfortunately, actions will mean change, and folk dinny like change." Oh, there's the dinny right at the end there. I didn't realise it was a Scottish one. Shall I stop doing that? Oh, OK then. This says, "Nick, I'm usually a listener with material, but I can't come up with anything funnier than the UK government. All I've got that might raise your blood pressure is that is that Boris is doing his best."
Affirmative.
Oh my God. I just can't. I've got to the point I just don't think I can stand it anymore. He does. That was the first thing that occurred to me. I heard his voice on the news at 10 o'clock, and he was, chuntering on about, who even cares what he says anymore. And my immediate thought was, oh, you're not still the Prime Minister, are you? I mean, come on. I mean, seriously, have you seen the news? Dan texts, "Hi Nick, snow next week. How long before some idiot texts the show to say, how can there be global warming if it's snowing? I have my moron bingo card ready," says Dan. Yeah, we'll have a full house before you know it. Let's have Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, just a quick one about Jurgen Klopp's comment.
Yes.
He was saying that Marcus Rashford had remembered his roots, remembered where he came from, and was doing something about it.
Yes.
But you could apply exactly the same thing to Boris Johnson. He knows where he came from, where his roots are,
Yes.
and he is absolutely continuing to superiority and privilege, and he's doing the same thing as Marcus Rashford.
He's acting in the interests of his own.
Absolutely, yeah. So that's that one. But the other one was, the main thing this week is embarrassment. Boris Johnson stood up at COP, gave a speech, and then more than half the questions that came back to him were about corruption in his government.
Well, yeah.
Which is embarrassing for the British people. But if he was Churchill, which he thinks he wants to be, why didn't he just say at the first time that question came up, this is about COP, we're talking about climate change, political questions will do tomorrow, I'm taking questions on COP, and he could have stopped it if the man had character. Because everybody knew what was going to happen with the questions. He must have known. But instead of that, he goes off on one saying about UK isn't corrupt.
Yeah, sure it isn't. Yeah.
Nobody ever said UK was corrupt. But
well, I don't know about that. I think a lot of people have said that the UK is corrupt. We seem to be at the very epicentre of a whirlwind of corruption. The international criminal super rich wash their money cleaner than clean in this country.
Allowed to by the government.
Of course.
Not the people, but UK isn't corrupt. When we get stopped by the policeman, we don't have a 50 quid note next to our driving licence. Well, that's what happens abroad. That's when it's corrupt. Your first thought, if you want an extension, is you apply for an extension.
Right, I see what you mean. So the people aren't corrupt, it's our leaders that are corrupt.
Absolutely.
Right.
So he said that, and LBC presenters spent 2 days talking about, is UK corrupt?
Yes.
Which is exactly what Boris wanted. The correct question would have been,
are you corrupt?
Boris suggested the UK was corrupt. Instead of suggesting, are the government corrupt? Why would he have done that? That would have been a great debate. But to actually to go on to UK being corrupt, absolutely fitted what he wanted.
Right, but nobody actually meant that the people in the country. They meant that the institutions of the country. They meant the people that are leading us. The financial institutions, the legal institutions that back them up, the accountancy firms, all of that lot are set up and make vast amounts of money on, like I said, on washing the international criminal super riches' ill-gotten gains whiter than white. That's what we do for a living.
Absolutely, yeah, I quite agree. And no end of programmes. You start saying the distraction bomb this week was X, Y, and Z. But what Boris Johnson did was drop a distraction bomb about saying the UK isn't corrupt, and that was a distraction bomb.
No, I don't think so. No, I don't think so. I mean, well, first of all, he wasn't going to take ownership of that question. He was going to deflect it from, are you corrupt? Is this government corrupt? To, this is not a corrupt country. Thereby making the brew less concentrated, so dissipating the allegations out among a lot of us, where we aren't, but they are, is the answer to that question.
Quite true.
And you know what? I'm sorry to keep interrupting, Mike, but every single thing they have done is within the rules. How many times have you read that in the newspapers over the past couple of weeks? But, despite these eye-watering claims against this or that individual, everything they have done is within the rules, which means that the rules aren't so much a provision for restricting their behaviour, but it's just a rubber stamp to okay their behaviour, no matter what it is.
Yeah, and the next thing that might affect you is that Boris is desperate to try and get Paul Dacre to be in charge of the broadcasting overlord.
It's also very much, what would Donald Trump do?
He slipped Simmons in there, who is husband to Nick Gibb, who is brother-in-law to Robbie Gibb, who is a number 10 advisor.
Also one of the Bee Gees. Not a lot of people know that.
And he slipped him in on the board, who decides this.
Yeah.
But, I mean, Joe Morn from the Good Law Project has actually written to
I know.
saying you cannot change the criteria for the job.
Yeah.
That is illegal. So they bent it, but this week has been so corruption that this thing that they're doing is slipped under the bloody radar. But if he gets Paul Dacre in there, he can cancel the BBC, he can cancel Channel 4, he can have an effect on your life, Nick.
Yeah, Mike, just think, what would Donald Trump do? And that's what this regime seemed to do. Donald Trump is their hero. because up until the point at which he didn't, he got away with it. I bet Donald Trump's going to be the next leader of the free world. I bet you he is. And then they will have been correct for following that course of action by dint of what would Donald Trump do? Just whatever the question at hand, what would Donald Trump do? That's what they do. Which is, by the way, going back to religion, the exact opposite of what Jesus would do. But they'll continue to use their religion as a weapon. Thanks a lot, Mike. Stop saying absolutely.
Absolutely.
Phil tweets, "Good evening, Nick. I have decided to follow the example of all of our wonderful leaders' approach to climate change by applying it to my credit card debts, which I promised to pay off by 2050. Adam says, Labour finally take a substantive lead in the polls. 6-point lead. Time running out for Boris. Yes, time's up, Bodge. I'm surprised that Carrie hasn't thrown all of his clothes out the window yet. Nicky texts, "Evening, Nick. If any members of the government need a second job, I need a chicken brusher urgently. They like to be brushed every 2 days at least. No pension, just brushing chickens, really? I've never heard of a chicken brusher. How'd you brush a chicken?" Joanne says, "Nick, do you agree with George Useless that this is a storm in a teacup?" No. They want us to think that it's a storm in a teacup. Move along, please. Nothing to see here. Yeah, sure. Joanne says, "I don't think the British people are interested in the fact that our MPs, 85% of them members of the Conservative Party, are earning thousands of pounds from their second jobs," says Joanne. With just a hint of a sarcasma, I bet. And Tom texts, "Nick, please do the rest of the show in that Scottish accent. That was brilliant." No, I will not. But thanks for asking. So the main meat of the week was Boris Johnson, who summoned his cabinet of no talents to Downing Street to find a way out of the sleaze mire engulfing the Conservative Party. They're a team up a stream in search of a paddle. That ship's going down and the water is brown. The Prime Minister held a 5-hour summit over wine and canapes. French food? This was at number 10 last night to thrash out a plan of action after days of negative headlines about MPs lining their pockets while serving in Parliament, or more accurately, not serving in Parliament. Well, you know, here's a novel idea. How about stop lining your pockets while serving in Parliament? I know that's a revolutionary thought, but how about do the actual job you're paid for and not spend all your time finding ever more exciting and dodgy ways in which to make your fortunes? I mean, would that be out of the question? And by the way, did we pay for the wine and the canapes? I bet we bloomin' well did. We pay them to have a meeting to find a way to stop us from finding out about what they get up to all day. Because I betcha that this does not end in them stopping outside work. It'll just become harder for us to find out about their outside work. Anyone want to take that bet? Bet nah. It is understood, we are reliably informed, that the meeting focused on his levelling up agenda, with ministers arriving carrying maps. That's what they came up with after all this. After negotiating a torrent of sewage, politically speaking, they think that we'll get put back in our box if we think they're making an effort to find the North on a map. Do they really think we're that stupid?
Yes.
That same evening, Culture Secretary Nadine Dorries told a Tory junior minister that he was overreacting when he voiced concerns of a voter backlash. In a WhatsApp message obtained by The Times, she told George Freeman, quotes, "The expenses scandal, which began the day of the European elections in 2009 and ended on the day of the ballot, was 1 billion times worse than last week. 1 year later, almost to the day, we monstered Labour in the local elections, and David Cameron became PM, breaking 13 years of Labour domination. Last week wasn't great," she wrote, "but it was a long way from the worst." Somewhat missing the point. that this is not a problem for the Conservative Party, it's a problem for the country. The country is supposed to come first. But I think we poor dopes who pay taxes are some way down the list of what is important to the regime. First and foremost, it appears to be the paymasters. Those that stump up the most cash for each minister that they buy. Not us. After which, it's the party, also not us. Then it's the press, and only then, perhaps, it's us lot. At the very most, we're fourth on the list of priorities. Meanwhile, Fishy Sunak sunk his oar in. Fishy Sunak hinted that cabinet divisions over Prime Minister Bodger's attempt to block the suspension of former Minister Owen Paterson for breaking lobbying rules, which he attempted to do by ruffling up his hair and going "Pah!" like he does. And it usually works for Bodger. Get in a scrape, go "Pah!" and everyone says, "Oh, he's doing his best." And then he can get on with, being him. And because he's the boss, no one stands up to him. He's got the air of someone who has never been corrected in his whole life, does Bodge. And now, he's got a Chancellor who is much richer than Bodger is. And Fishy's wife is even richer than Fishy is. So that's a lot of cash to insulate him from any flack coming back from number 10. And so Fishy broke ranks and said, quotes, "Reflecting over recent events, I think for us as a government, it's fair to say that we need to do better than we did last week, and we know that." Which is the absolute minimum that anyone caught up in all this could say. We need to do better. And I don't know if it's me being cynical, but that could be taken so many ways. I bet a number of Tories thought, yeah, we do need to do better at hiding all of this dosh that's coming our way while we should be doing the job that put us in the position where we get these kind of offers from companies that want our attention. I mean, which company is actually interested in the opinions of some minister? I mean, it's not exactly a cabinet of all the talents, is it? It's, from the opinion of an ignorant outsider, it looks to me like a collection of inept, hopeless gargoyles that rode the tailcoat of the funny bloke off the telly to a position of power that interests corporations and business persons. It's the position that's the prize, not the person. But the person, the MP, thinks that these companies want them for their expertise. Or do they? I mean, that's what they claim, but I bet they know full well that no company would be offering them thousands and millions of pounds if the MPs weren't in a position to do them favours. I mean, really, who are they trying to kid? If a company gave you hundreds of thousands of pounds, or even a light lunch, they'd want something in return. I mean, that's the thing about capitalism. It's not a charity. They're not generous. So the Bodge and his merry band of pranksters had a conflab to discuss levelling up, which is why they did a performance thing about carrying in maps. Look at us, we care about places outside SW1. But when they were inside, away from the cameras, it was all, how can we stop this tide of bad press while still earning vast amounts from doing other jobs? They want to stop the outrage, but not if it means that they have to stop what outraged us in the first place. It's that sort of upper-class sense of entitlement that gets drilled into them at the schools that they went to. It's also, don't question us, peasant. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Meanwhile, the cabinet meeting was ostensibly focusing on the levelling up agenda, with ministers due to lay out how the department is contributing to the drive. And how's that whole levelling up thing going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
And this episode has triggered a wave of sleaze allegations. It'll come lapping at us. Constantly now, I would expect, day after day after day. And it's seen the outside interests of all MPs coming under fresh scrutiny. It was an excellent word said in a Scottish accent. Scrutiny. Scrutinise it. It's also resulted in a Tory slump in the polls. Finally. Labour now taking the lead for the first time in a year in several surveys. And Fishy Sunak did not comment directly on the cases of either Paterson or Sir Geoffrey Cox. the former Attorney General, who racked up more than £5.5 million in outside earnings. How can you earn £5.5 million and do the job of being an MP? I mean, however you look at it, that makes being an MP a part-time job, doesn't it? Well, it isn't to the people who pay taxes, for whom 80-odd grand a year and £250,000 in expenses would be lottery-winning money, not something to trouser while looking for something else that pays better. It's like getting married to someone while scanning the room for someone else to have sex with at the reception. I mean, what kind of person would do something like that?
I can't comment on that.
Number 10 sources said the PM has said that it is vital MPs focus on their constituents and obey the rules. He thinks those who break the rules should be punished. We are all agreed on this. No, they aren't. And no, Bodger definitely is not agreed on that. I mean, if somebody who breaks all the rules is to be punished, then Bodger Johnson is going to be bent over the metaphorical desk of justice from now until the end of time. Thank you, sir. May I have another? Here is an important call that I need to get on straight away from Wanstead. Hello, Tracy.
Nick, it's not Tracy.
Oh.
It's Sophie.
Can I call you Tracy?
Yeah, that can be my other radio name. You can call me Tracy.
Tracy!
As long as you don't call me a Karen, I'm fine.
Right.
But
as long as I call you. Yes, Tracy.
Yeah. Before I start talking about Marcus Rashford, who I'm a huge fan of, I'm a little bit worried for America.
Worried for America? America will be just fine. What are you worried about them for?
Because Biden obviously will be too old to go in for the candidacy again.
Yes.
So who do you think they're going to wheel out? Because it will have to be someone really impressive.
Yeah. How about Barack Obama?
Oh, that would be a dream come true.
Yes, it would. Yeah.
But it will have to be a hard hitter.
How about Howard Stern? Howard Stern said he's going to run. If Donald Trump runs, Howard Stern is going to run. I want Howard Stern to be my next president.
That would be so entertaining.
Yeah.
I'll be transfixed to my radio listening to you.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, your Scottish accent was amazing.
Well, I am half Scottish.
Yeah, it was very good.
And
when you do Andy Murray...
I grew up in Edinburgh.
Oh, no, it's very good, Dick. It's uncanny.
Well, thanks, Tracy.
But Marcus Rashford, then your producer was very nice and polite as well, I have to say. Marcus Rashford, now he has done something that most people who reach a certain level of success don't do, which is...
Wear nylon shorts.
Yeah, that as well. Neon colours, but forgotten where they come from.
Oh.
And I think politicians are completely out of touch, remote. They've got no humanity.
Well, some, not all, some. There's I think the Tory party is a bit split at the moment, and Andrew Pearce was writing quite well about this in the Mail the other day. And he was saying that basically it's a toss-up between the new lot in the red walls, who are quite, embedded in their local area, versus the poshos who have no area. They're internationalists, and they will just go to wherever a super safe seat is, so they can get away with absolutely anything they like, and people will blindly vote for the government continuously, regardless of the actions of their local MP, most of whom probably wouldn't be able to name.
Exactly, and that poor MP who was murdered a few weeks ago, he sounded like he was a really humane person, and we need more people like that. I think it's a disgrace that they have second homes, when people are homeless. I think it's a disgrace that they have 6 bars in the House of Commons and people are queuing at food banks. I'm lucky I've got a stable job. I work in a school, but I really, really feel for people who are going through hard times at the moment. And in any ordinary time, it would be bad. But after this lockdown and pandemic, and I think what Marcus Rashford has done has recognised if you don't invest in young people, it will have such a seismic effect later on the NHS, on social services.
You know what? It's just too embarrassing to say that Marcus Rashford is a hero for bringing to our attention the fact that kids are going to bed hungry. I mean, for crying out loud, why did it take him to do it? Why do we need a professional footballer to be our moral guide? That's supposed to be the job of the blooming government. That's what's embarrassing about this. Not that that they aren't doing it, but that Marcus Rashford, a footballer for crying out loud, had to bring this to their attention, force them to do it against their instincts.
I think it's revolting, and I think we have to look to ourselves as well. People are so selfish.
Oh, I see. It's my fault.
Not you, Nick. You're one of my favourite people.
One of?
Not you.
Right.
And Steve Allen and Majid Nawaz and sorry.
Right. Yeah, etc. and so on. Yeah, thanks a lot, Tracy.
But I could not do without you every week. It's been a stressful week, and you're amazing.
Okay, like science fiction, you mean? Amazing.
Otherworldly, but Marcus Rashford, I think it's our fault in the sense that I think we live in a society that just thinks of where people think of the short term. Am I okay? Am I earning a wage? Am I buying what I want to buy, not necessarily what I need to buy?
That's just people. We're supposed to elect the best of us in order to correct that sense of that's selfishness. That's the job of the government, is to act in the interests of all of the people, not all of themselves. Anyway, Tracy, I've got to go, but cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. Maidenhead. Hello, Paul.
Hello, Nick.
Paul. Can I call you Tracy?
Oh, you can call me anything you want, bruv.
Go ahead.
I prefer Sharon.
Right.
But I'm Paul, really.
Okay.
Look, well, you said it.
Carry on.
Last call, amazing last caller. Amazing last caller. What is going on with this Bonjo Johnson religion? I don't know why he has control of so many people for no reason.
He has hypnotised a significant number of, enough of the population to cling on to power. It's not the majority, of course. It's a minority that have given them a majority, which is a pretty damning indictment of the screwed up system that we've got in this country. Not really democracy if it's skewed so far in one direction. I think the reason Bonjo is still in power is because the furlough system has bought him, because I think most of the people who have been on furlough in the last couple of years are Conservative voters. I don't know what you think about that. What, you mean people who are in receipt of free money?
Yes.
They're so grateful that they're going to continue to vote for him. Yeah, that's... So
do you confirm that?
No, not really. No, I mean, are we so easily bought? They had no choice but to give us...
No, we're not. The others are. The rich. They're buying off the rich, aren't they? That's why Bonjo's still being voted for.
I don't think the rich are voting for him. I think really, oddly, it's the people who are least likely to benefit from a Conservative Party rule who seem to be the most eager to vote for the Conservatives, as though the last 11 years didn't happen.
But why?
I don't know. I've got no idea. He is the funny bloke off the telly. Other than that, I can't tell you.
I mean, he's a joke. I mean, he's like a clown. How can people fall for this?
The ex-MP, PM of Australia called him a coconut head.
There you go.
That's about right.
So what's wrong with us? Why can't we see him as a coconut head? What is wrong with us?
I don't know, to be honest. I mean, it is a puzzling question, because America just went through this with Donald Trump. Many other countries are going through this as well. So, joke candidates suddenly are doing extremely well.
Yes, I know. Why? I think people have lost their minds. I think people are not actually focusing on politics and reading and researching about what's actually happening.
They just want to be
world.
entertained.
Yeah.
And the thing about Bodger, there's no doubt about it. He is entertaining. He gives good speech. He commands a room, does his act, and much merriment all around. Same with Donald Trump. Donald Trump is a stand-up comedian. If he wasn't so alarmingly, what's the word? I'm scrolling through quite a few, most of which are highly offensive. If he wasn't so Donald Trump, then it wouldn't be so alarming. But he is a comedian in that he just stands up and does his riff. It's like pantomime when he's on stage. And he's got his greatest hits and he brings them out. What are we going to do? Lock her up, all of that stuff. And Bodger's the same. Really? This is what we want from our leaders, to be entertained? It's a bit alarming, really. It's no way to run a country, and it's certainly no way to run the world. I mean, if you were an alien from space, taking a peek down here at what's going on, you'd think, well, it's not really worth saving, is it? Market for destruction. Total destabilization of life as we know it. So nothing serious then? We don't get serious about the climate change. This anonymous text says, "Hey Nick, how can there be global warming if it's snowing?" Well, that's a good point. So forget everything I just said. Jake tweets, "Nick, I've heard that you're a big fan of pizza. What's your crust and topping preference?" Excellent question, Jake. I like thin and crispy, and also thick and chewy. I also like the deep Chicago pizza pie. So gooey and yummy. I like a meat topping and a vegetarian topping. I like all cheese or no cheese. I like ones with egg on them or no egg. Basically, if it's a pizza, I'll have it. I'll appreciate it.
Thank you.
Maurice texts, what is it about pizza, by the way? I mean, there's only some foods that really spangle your brain, aren't they? Chips and pizza. There isn't anything else. There isn't anything else that you would steal off somebody's plate, is there? You wouldn't steal somebody else's mashed potato, for instance. You wouldn't steal their broccoli. You wouldn't steal their bread. And yet, you make potatoes into chips, and suddenly it's every man for themselves. Every person for themselves. Sexist. Same with bread. Make it into a pizza. Ooh. A cheese sandwich? Not so much. Weird. I think when they combine certain foods in certain ways and cook them in certain manners, it does release some sort of drug. We're eating drugs, people. Maurice texts, "Hi Nick, I've spotted a silver lining. We could trade honours on the stock exchange against other major currencies." Quotes, "The knighthood has risen slightly against the yen, while the peerage has fallen dramatically against the dong." But the Vietnamese dong, not bong. I would be surprised if that's not happening already. RJ texts, "Nick, I couldn't bear to listen to Johnson at the COP, but I read that he rushed through his speech and after about 20 minutes actually had the gall to say, 'I've got to go,' and rushed off to catch a train. I'm just waiting for the day when he'll say, 'Don't pick on me, I'm doing my best.'" or just open every speech with... Harry texts, "Nick, have you seen the latest Westminster poll? Labour on 40%. Is this real or a momentary lapse of insanity?" Which is almost but not quite the name of a Pink Floyd album.
Rock and roll!
Momentary lapse of insanity. Bye-bye Bodger, says Harry. It is beginning to sound a bit weird when somebody on the news announces that the Prime Minister said this or that, and then they play a tape of Bodger. And you think, oh, still? Come on. Game's up, surely. Time's up. Jerry says, all of these people that are texting and emailing and so on, I mean, the list is absolutely endless. So already I've got like about 3 feet of messages to get through. I'm never going to do it. There is an actual phone number here. I know that might seem like old technology. Phone? What's a phone, Grandad? Grandad? Why, you little... But you can actually call me and tell me this stuff to my face, if you like. 0345 6060 973. Jerry texts, "Hi Nick, do you think if Donald Trump gave the Tory party £3 million, they would give him a seat in the House of Lords? Lord Donald of Trumpton." I'd be very surprised if they didn't. They'd find some way to wangle it. Bill texts, Churchill would say, "Some storm, some teacup." Yeah, ain't going away anytime soon, unless there's a war. And it might just come in time to save Bodger and his cavalcade of clowns. Well, I'll get to that in a minute. Or maybe I'll get to it now. Should we do World War III now? Oh, sure, why not? So I reckon that Bodger Johnson needs a really good war to get the public's mind off the stench coming off the regime. I mean, they try a lot of things, I'm sure, ramping up the war with France. But the thing about having a go at the French is that we need them more than they need us. And we particularly, because, the government sort of got into power on the basis of them repelling foreigners, pushing them back out to sea, let them drown. That was their big thing, wasn't it? Get Brexit done. We can seal our borders. Build a wall. Gonna build a wall. But the French aren't playing ball. See, we need them to do us favours, because people are on that side where the French can stop them. But why would it be in the interest of the French to stop a lot of people who are living in shacks on their land if they want to leave? I mean, if you were French, would you say, "Oh, no, you can't leave, you must stay here and and ruin this environment"? No, you want them to get out. And so what we're trying to do is persuade the French to keep them. And they need to be on side. And this seems to be the dawning realisation among the regime that they can't actually pick a fight with France because we need them too much. Plus, there's the whole, trading with our French friends and European neighbours, which is not something, the loss of which will not be ameliorated by some hooky deal with Australia or New Zealand, crying out loud, or Japan or anywhere else. So the idea, I'm sure, was, and is perhaps still, to pick a fight with the French, but not really. Just make it seem to us, poor dopes who pay taxes, that they're picking a fight with the French, because they think that that's what we want to hear. But they can't really pick a fight with the French, only in public. They can trade, like a slanging match, sure, for the benefit of us, for the people, but not really. And I did expect that we would that they would ramp up the French thing in order to distract us from what is actually going on here. But I don't think that they're going to have to do that because Vladimir Putin is stepping in to save Boris Johnson. And I wonder if it's for the first time. So I'll get to that in a minute. Ollie says, "Hi Nick, my word of the day for MPs is trousering. Still can't understand why countryside MPs can claim money on London accommodation while renting out their London properties at the same time." Yeah, can you believe that? A group of landlord politicians were slammed for claiming £1.3 million in taxpayers' cash to pay the rent on their London homes while raking in money from properties that they own. 17 MPs have been found out doing this, 88% of them Tory. Isn't that surprising?
No.
They've used a loophole in parliamentary expenses rules introduced after the 2009 scandal to cover their costs while making thousands of pounds from their own tenants. So MPs with a home in London are renting that home out. Now, they could live in that home, But their little scheme is to rent the home that they own out, keep the cash from renting it out, and then rent another home for themselves and charge the rent for their second home to us poor dopes who pay taxes. Isn't that great? And as usual, they'll say that it is all within the rules, which means that the rules are pretty much meaningless. They allow anything that any MP wants to do. It's not so much a rule book as a how-to manual for monetising the office of Member of Parliament. I mean, the only thing that prevents them from abusing their position is their sense of morality. Meanwhile, it emerged today that a Tory MP who told England ace Marcus Rashford to stick to football and stop playing politics when he campaigned for free school meals during the pandemic has a second job paying her £36,000.
Fabulous.
Dover MP Natalie Elphick criticised Manchester United striker for trying to help deprived school children and mocked his missed Euro 2020 penalty. She told a Tory WhatsApp group the 24-year-old who picked up an MBE from Prince William this week should have spent more time perfecting his game and less time playing politics. I mean, apart from anything else, just imagine where you would have to be as a person to criticise somebody for trying to help deprived school children. Just pause and let that sink in for a minute. And at the time that she said this, that Marcus Rashford should stick to the day job, she herself was spending time on a second job, for which she gets paid around £3,000 for 8 hours work a month. And if only there was a way to divide 3,000 by 8, I would be able to tell you how much that is an hour. But unfortunately, 8 does not go into 3, so it's impossible to say. But it's £3,000 for 8 hours work. Meanwhile, former Attorney General Geoffrey Cox, you know Geoffrey Cox, don't you? Yes, that's him. He faced fresh questions after it emerged that he took out a £3,900 loan from the taxpayer to cover the deposit on renting a London flat at the same time as renting out his own property in the capital. This is the millionaire. In 2017, the Torridge and West Devon MP moved out of his own property in London and started claiming about £1,900 a month on expenses for another flat in the capital. The arrangement, of course, does not break any rules. But Sir Geoffrey is reported to be renting his Battersea property out for £1,000 a week. Mail Online revealed that Sir Geoffrey received a £3,900 loan from the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority in 2017 to pay the deposit on his new accommodation. Again, there is no suggestion that rules were breached. But the manoeuvre came as Sir Geoffrey was pocketing huge sums from his legal practice. He's earned more than £5 million since becoming an MP in 2005. Why would somebody that's earned more than £5 million since 2005 need a loan of £3,900 a month? A loan to put down a deposit on a flat they're renting. A spokeswoman for the MP said Sir Geoffrey has acted at all times within the rules set by the Independent Parliamentary Standards Authority. Yeah, that's right. He has acted at all times within the rules, and that's why the rules aren't really rules. They're just rubber stamps for whatever they want to do. I bet it would be in the rules if they had a puppy strangling competition for cash. Whoever strangles the most puppies gets the prize. All within the rules. David texts, "Hey up, Nick. I understand that following the COP26 meeting about global warming, there is now snow forecast next week. Does that mean it's been a success?" That's about the third one I've had on that theme so far. Hayley says, "Hello, Nick. Stop picking on Bodger. He's doing his best. We all know it was Corbyn's fault, you woke snowflake." Yeah, that's the sort of it of it. There was a bit that I missed out. He's doing his best, brackets, at being the sleaziest, whiffle-piffle, I got Brexit done shyster. Yeah, that about sums it up, doesn't it, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
Act getting very thin. Just saying. Oldbury, hello, Ranjit.
Hi, Nick. Nice to speak to you again. Thanks for taking my call.
Thanks for making your call.
Just before I start on my main point, I think Boris Johnson, what's happened to him? He wanted to be so much to be Prime Minister.
Well, I think he wanted to be Emperor, actually, King.
King, Emperor, whatever you want to call it. And now he can't handle it and he's bored of it. It's like trying to be a dad, and when you have the baby, you suddenly want to dump it somewhere else. I think that's what's happened to him, right? And his history precedes him on that, doesn't it? So the other thing is, Rishi Sunak, right? Okay, he's just come out of nowhere. In the last few years,
yes,
because he was a backbencher, and I was watching one of the programs. I think it might have been Question Time on the BBC, and suddenly he appeared. And I thought, who's this guy? Yeah. He doesn't seem like a politician. Okay, he's an economist, and he reminds me of the previous Indian Prime Minister, Manmohan Singh, who was a finance minister. Right? Oh, yeah. And now that history is going to be starting to repeat itself, and people are catching Boris Johnson out most of the time. Yeah, I think Rishi Sunak is lining himself for the top job. Yeah, and I've been discussing it with, obviously me being Asian, with lots of Asian people. They're saying, well, if he's going to be a contender, he's going to get the Asian vote as well. I would.
But why though? That's like saying if Boris Johnson's a contender, then he's going to get the white vote.
No. You see, the thing is, these guys are clever. He's already clinched the white vote. Yeah, I'm a Labour supporter. I would never vote for Conservatives after what they've done to me in 1979. Yeah, and preceding, just before that. I was at school, we used to get beat up, because Margaret Thatcher turned around and told everybody, I'm going to help to repatriate these people back. And she never said she's going to send us back, but the people that were listening to it were telling us and using the P word, go home. So for that reason, I would never, ever vote for Conservatives. They can put they can put a Sikh guy in front as leader. I would never vote. But this is the kind of cult things that these people are using now, right? And the thing is, they've got all the right-wing vote for Brexit and everything, like what you always say. People are cutting their nose to spite their face. But I can see, and they could have a slogan. We've tried the Cowboys, now try the Indians. Right? Right? Okay. And this guy's very clever. Go on, what's your opinion? Do you think he's lining himself up for the top job? Because sooner or later, Boris Johnson's luck's going to run out, right? And then they're going to reevaluate the situation and think, right, where can we get some more votes? Yeah? And there's a lot of Asian votes out there, right, that are still sticking to Labour. And I think he might be able to just tip them onto the other side, and
that's no way to choose which party you vote for based on the race of the person that's leading it.
What happened last time? It was Brexit, wasn't it? Everybody, we was talking about this today, right? That one of my relatives, he voted Brexit, was saying, oh yeah, because Boris Johnson is saying, you're not going to get doctor's appointments because of these foreigners being here. Yeah. And we told him, he was a foreigner a few years ago, and now that these foreigners have gone back now, Nick, we still can't get appointments. What's going on? And the other thing, if I can just mention this, Rishi Sunak, his in-laws are billionaires from India, right? Mm-hmm. Now, the billionaires in India are basically, I've done a bit of research on this, right? And this is why Boris Johnson never stopped the flights coming from India all through last year when the Delta variant was coming. There's people sitting in India on money that they don't know what to do with, and they want to do inward investment into this country, and the National Health Service is progressively being run down so there can be a hostile takeover. And what Boris Johnson's going to do, and gone, I've got ready-made doctors sitting at the airport in New Delhi. I've got ready-made nurses sitting in New Delhi. I can get this National Health Service back on its feet with inward investment. You know what? Stupid boy, you are privatising it. And that's what they're going to do. I mean, if you look up, there's some big companies in India. I mean, like now, Norton Motorbikes has been taken over by an Indian company.
Oh, my God. Is there anything that you think of as British that's actually owned by a British company now? And one single thing. Can anybody... I know I've done this before on this show, but can anybody think of a single thing, or indeed area of this country, that is actually owned by British people anymore?
Yeah, I mean, when I was a lad, the only thing that I knew that was British was a car company called Morgan.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if that's still British.
Well, I don't know if it's still going. Is it? Is Morgan still going?
No, it is. It's in Worcestershire. It's still going, yeah.
Okay, then.
It's probably got... I don't know. I mean, I remember one of the Queen's Jubilees, yeah? And people were waving the Union flag and it said Made in China on there.
Yeah, well,
right? And I think... And that just sums it up
to me.
And the other thing, Nick, you know, this government will not criticise anything that India does. Did you know Prime Minister Modi was banned from Canada, America, and this country because he was responsible for, while he was in charge of a slaughter of 3,000 Muslims in Gujarat, and he could not get a diplomatic visa until he became Prime Minister.
I didn't know it, nor do I wish to discuss it.
No, he invested £9 billion into this country, yeah, and then we opened Buckingham Palace for him, we opened Wembley for him, and that is what's going to happen. There's going to be loads of inward investment.
Cash is exactly. It's accepted almost everywhere. Ranjit, I've got to go, but thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. Every now and again, this show's educational, isn't it?
No.
Not really. Only by accident. Haley says, I've read that. H texts, that's the letter H. Johnson looks a bit stressed these days, and stress can thin one's hair. He won't like looking so teddy... What? He won't looking so teddy bear-like with a comb over, so perhaps will become less popular, says H. English perhaps not being H's first language. And this text says, Rishi is highly talented and we should be grateful. Who's your alternative? Diane 2 + 2 = 5 Abbott. Yeah, that would be the only alternative available. More whataboutery. Oh, and by the way, you spelt who's wrong. Never mind. Mickey emails Nick Avenart, mate, these MPs have to choose whether to heat or eat. They have to choose whether to heat their stables or eat the venison on their land. Is that what you mean? Forest of Dean. Hello, Barry.
Hey, Nick. How you doing?
Good, thanks.
Oh, I've listened to you for about 20 years and I've just managed to finally speak to you.
Wow, here we are.
Yay. Well, I'm a Londoner. Used to live in London and now I find myself in the Forest of Dean. Lovely place.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm a bit concerned, you know, because I know all the money is spent down south. And, but since I've been here, I mean, it's just like there's no money being spent in this neck of the woods. It is, you know, to get an appointment with a doctor you just can't. You can't do it. And
well, now hang on a minute. When you say you can't do it, what's the procedure? You call them up, then what happens?
It's basically you ring up and you can get an appointment.
Yeah.
A phone appointment, but that would be 3 or 4 weeks' time. I mean,
what? 3 or 4 weeks? You'll be cured or dead by then.
Well, I think my mum, she's 74, bless her, and she's still down in London, and I'm thinking of, I'm thinking of going back there because she gets better treatment than what I do.
Right.
But anyway, I don't know. I just think to myself, these MPs that's got second jobs, how can they find the time to do something different than trying to run the country? Because, you know, since I'm a 48-year-old man and, you know, I'm a bit wise to this and that, but since I've grown up, all I can see is that the country's been run into the ground.
Yeah.
You know, and it really
well, certainly all of the spoils have been taken by a vanishingly few number of people.
Absolutely.
All of the rest of us do the work, but only a very few number of people actually take the rewards.
Yeah, you got it, Nick. And it's quite frightening. Do you know what? It's just me, myself, and Irene up here, and I've got no children. But I'm glad it's that way. But I can play the guitar, a bit of a musician, and a bit of a Pink Floyd fan. If you've got literally 30 seconds to.
Okay, whip out your axe and let's have it.
I've heard a few people whip out their axes. Anyway, this is the old Brain Damage song by Pink Floyd. I'm going to go Brain Damage by.
Oh, no, we've run out of time on that call. I hate when that happens. 0345 6060 973. Brain Damage. One of my favourites. Peter texts, in 2011, the Tories introduced the 5-year term. That was the start of the corruption. No, it wasn't. I think the corruption predated 2011. He says they're in for 5 years, so 5 years to make as much money as you can. Also bring in as much legislation so as to enable them to make as much money as they can afterwards. This piece of legislation must go, says Peter, for the benefit of all parties and the public. Yeah, I'm not sure it's the fixed term that's the problem. It may be a problem, but it's not the problem. 0345 6060 973. Isleworth. Hello, Ravi.
Yes, Nick, here we go again. You're going anti-Boris bashing. Meanwhile, you don't allow Conservatives to have second jobs whilst your own radio station has David Lammy tomorrow. What do you think about that?
I don't think any MP should have a second job. How can you have a second job?
Well, your own station has it first. Your own station has one.
Well, it is actually on a Sunday. One show on Saturday rather. One show on a Saturday. So I don't know, like a full-time job's Monday to Friday. One show on a Saturday. I'm not discombobulated about that. I mean, I think there should be like a blanket rule. No MPs should be able to have second job. And they'll start coming out with, oh, well, then we won't be able to attract the very best people. Well, if this is a result, if the cabinet is a result of us attracting the very best people, well, I think we should cast our net wider. I mean, are there people from other countries who would like to come and run this one? Because we don't seem to have the talent. Pretty thin on the ground, wouldn't you say? Anyway, thanks a lot, Ravi. 0345 6060 973. Shirley emails, have you seen the missing posters that have been appearing in Sir Geoffrey Cox's constituency? Maybe his safe seat may not be safe for much longer. If you haven't seen it, it's on the LBC website. Well, no, I haven't seen it. But I can't check because I'm actually on the air at the moment. Hello? Is this thing on? I'll check it in the break. Yeah, there is a sense of a sort of inbuilt entitlement to a certain type of person who went to a certain type of school. I don't actually know where he went to school, but I can make assumptions. It's that airy sense of superiority, born to rule. And, of course, when they get parachuted into a super safe seat, then they can do anything they blooming well like because people don't vote for their MPs. We know that. I mean, technically that's what they're doing, but they're not actually doing that. People vote for the Prime Minister of their choice, not the local MP. I bet 9 out of 10 people in this country have got no idea who their local MP is. They went into those that could be bothered, mostly those over the age of 55, those that could be bothered, and that's why it skews Tory all the time, is because the older you are, the more likely you are to vote Conservative, despite the fact that, well, the last 11 years, for instance. They're going to stick it to the elites by voting for Boris Johnson and Smug.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, that's really sticking it to the elites. That makes perfect sense. Makes as much sense as anything else that's happened this year. But if you are in a super safe seat, then it doesn't matter what you do, because people don't even know, they don't know who their MP is anyway. They've got no idea who you are. You can do anything. You could be Jack the Bloomin' Ripper in a super safe Tory seat, and you would still get voted in next time around, because they'd be voting for Bodger. Paw! You know, the funny bloke off the telly. He's doing his best. That bloke. Anyway, I will certainly check on those posters, Shirley. You see if I don't. Sir Geoffrey Cox's constituency. Maybe a safe seat. Not safe for much longer, says Shirley. If you haven't seen it, those posters are on the LBC website. Thanks for the swerve. This says, can you please include the British Virgin Islands when you do your weather forecast? I was just wondering what sort of conditions the Right Honourable MP for Torridge and West Devon has been enduring. Well, I'll look that up as well. God, homework. Homework? But, sir, it's the weekend. Let's have Pimlico. Alex.
Hi, Nick. I would like to speak about this, Tory solicitor scandal, because I'm absolutely right with you. Many people even have not a clue who their MP they are.
Yes.
If you ask them, you never met before, because they feel, they have to pay what this clown called Boris. What I would like to say is, I would like to say of the public, what is the point have an MP? What is the point? Because we send him the Parliament. It seems to me Parliament become a platform for these people to only profit in themselves. They don't care about the public. They don't care about how they can make a maximum profit as they can in these 5 years. And then if you ask the people who voted for them, is in these 5 years, what that particular MP did for you, what changed in your life has been changed? Nothing changed for normal people.
Well, most people don't have any contact with their MP. They're not remotely interested.
Yeah, this is the whole point, because it means, because we just only voted, it means this vote is simply our vote is vested. Simple as that. Public vote vested. We voted, not these people make like millions pounds in 4,000 miles away, or, this whole scandal after scandal. We voted to make public life better. But it's nothing getting better. Everything getting worse and worse. Year by year, everything price go up. We have got massive crisis in homelessness, food banks, crisis in accommodation, everything.
Well, Alex, this is not new. This is not new information. They've been in power for 11 years. So, as I have been told about 1,000 times, people knew what they were voting for, which makes it even more bizarre. This is what they were voting for. After the last 11 years of austerity, of their local council being defunded so that they had to stop all of the services that people rely on, and then blaming that local council for taking those services away, which is top quality gaslighting there, even after all of that, and the slow destruction of the NHS, because if you look back before COVID, all of these problems that they're reporting now about no beds, ambulance waiting times, A&E waiting times, getting treated for knees and eyes and hips and all of the rest of it, all of this predated COVID. They're blaming it on COVID now. Oh, yes, it has nothing to do with us. It's completely out of our control, they'll say. No. It's all the bloomin' same. It's the exact same story 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years ago. Same story. And after all of that, after the last 11 years, people still think the people to fix the problems caused by the Conservative Party over the last 11 years are the Conservative Party. It's just mind-blowing. Wake up, sheeple. It's later than you think. Thanks a lot, Alex. 0345 6060 973. Wow, just looked at the weather in the British Virgin Islands. Huh. Well, I'll see you at the airport. We're probably not allowed to go, are we? 30 degrees today 28 tomorrow, 28 on Sunday, 28 on Monday, 28 on Tuesday. Sunny every single day. Oh, well, never mind. This person has been waiting in Chorley, Lancashire. Hello, Jason.
Hello. Now, I was ringing up about what's made in Britain, but a question for you, Nick, first, because most people in Chorley know our MP and like our MP, who is neutral, but he's not allowed to vote in the House of Commons. So who is our MP for Chorley?
Who is your MP for Chorley?
Yeah, because most people in the town know him, and we vote for him, but he's not allowed to vote for us in the House of Commons.
Who is he?
So it's the Speaker of the House of Commons, Lindsay. So we vote, but he can't vote on anything. But,
not a big fan. It seems like, I don't know.
But there's a bit, so I just thought I'd throw that in. But but something that's made in Britain, Fisherman's Friends, and they're exported to over 40 countries, and they're in a town of Fleetwood, which is a really deprived town since the fishing industry died. And the woman who set the company up, Doreen Lofthouse, put most of the money of her, since she died, back into the town. So British companies with British roots can really affect British people's lives, really.
Yeah.
So
we've got one thing, Fisherman's Friends.
Yeah, but I know it's a small thing, but I mean, that just shows you that if you can keep it as a British company, I mean, the impact of her on the town in Fleetwood was amazing, and she's just died, and most of her money has gone back into the town, and
good for her.
Employment. Yeah, amazing. So there you go, great show. Anyway,
thanks a lot, mate. It's a happy news story. We found something that is still made in this country. Sadly, it's got fisherman's in the title, and that just tends to remind people of the decimation of the fishing industry after Bodger got Brexit done. Pah! Still, never mind. They're all dead fish now, and all the happier for being British dead fish. Richard emails, Nick, I'm under 60. Does that mean that from now on my life is going to be thunder, lightning, very, very frightening? Yes, Richard. If you're over 60, then you're fine. If you're under 60, then you will see the disintegration of life on this planet as we know it, said that expert on the news. Never mind. We're not going to do anything about climate change. We just won't. Too many people are making too much money from doing what we're doing. They're not going to allow us to change course. Plus, the little people, not leprechauns, us lot, we don't want to change our lives either. Human race is not very good at suffering a privation in the short term for long-term benefit. We just aren't made that way. We will react to an immediate threat, but not a long-term one that we can't see, touch, feel, squeeze and smell. We're not going to do it. We won't. We're going to ruin everything because we're stupid morons, essentially. Still, never mind. If you're over 60, then you're fine. If you're under 60, big problems, huge. Joe texts, hey Nick, do you ever wear a kilt? Absolutely. No one does. Apart from that lone piper on St George's Street in Edinburgh. The bloke who stands there for the benefit of tourists. Well, for the benefit of taking money from tourists, I expect. I'm not sure any tourists would actually call it a benefit, being serenaded by the wheezing pipes. Woodford, hello, Alison.
Hi, Nick.
Alison.
Hello. So I've pretty much come to the conclusion that the problem with where we are at the moment is that we love to moan.
Yes.
And the government have kind of taken advantage of that. So every time there's something that we can be a bit disgruntled about, it's like, oh God, like look at that, and that kind of allows them to maintain a kind of, well, keep us sort of distracted by certain things. But I think
what you mean, if they keep making things awful, then we won't concentrate on their behaviour. We'll just concentrate on how awful things are.
Well, yeah, kind of. And the other thing is that you say as well that everything that's British or everything that this country has owned has been sold off.
Yes. For short-term gain. Again, short-termism, short-term gain. We want the money right now, or the people who ended up with the money, they want it right now. They're not interested in long-term gain, short-term gain.
However, the most valuable thing I think that we have in this country is probably the NHS from a commercial perspective to the rest of the world.
Yeah.
And there's been recently, which you were kind of opposed to, which was us signing away our information for it to be used in the NHS digital enterprise.
Yeah, another £100 million government computer scheme. What could possibly go wrong?
Well, I know there are things that can go wrong, but I actually think we should be a bit more receptive to that, as in terms of the value that we can, as individuals, provide to the country to commercialise and make money, because the government aren't making money for us; they're taking our money. So that seems like quite a good opportunity.
What, for us to sell our genome code or whatever?
Yeah, why not? Why
is.
not? Let's sell it. Why not? It doesn't. If it helps to create kind of like medical advancements or
balance the books. I agree with you there. Yes, it does seem on the face of it to make tons of sense. If you get everybody's genetic codes with all of the illnesses and the problems that they have, and you run it through a giant computer, and some robot spits out the right information.
Affirmative.
And for the benefit of mankind, that makes perfect sense to me. And unfortunately, what we've got, though, is a group of individuals who have proven to be not trustworthy. So while it is a good idea in theory to have everybody's gene code, tallied with whatever ails them in order to, perhaps for the benefit of medical science to cure it one way or another, that makes perfect sense. The problem is, though, it's giving that information to that lot, to this lot here. And I wouldn't trust them as far as I could throw the building they're sitting in. That's the problem. But I understand what you're saying, Alison. In theory, good idea. In reality, maybe not so much. On the subject of pizza, Craig texts, Nick, I like pizzas but without cheese, as cheese is yucky. No, Craig, it isn't. But thanks for playing. Mick says, Nick, I didn't hear pineapple on your list. Please confirm, as this says a lot. Well, I can take or leave pineapple. There's pretty much no kind of pizza that I would reject, unless it was too cold. I've sent a couple of pizzas back for being too cold, just lately. But I think they benefited from another turnaround in the oven. Put them back in the oven for about 30 seconds, and then they come out extra crispy. I don't object to pineapple, but not all the time. Every now and again. Why not? But not sweet corn. Obviously. Alison texts, Nick, stop whining and run for Prime Minister. And Oliver says, hey, Nick, doesn't the Dulux paint dog look like Bodger? Yeah, or the other way around, yeah. Both unbrushed, got fleas, and leaves a mess on the carpet. 0345 6060 973. Belfast. Hello, Brendan.
Oh, hello, Nick. I was speaking to your producer or whatever.
does, Maggie, and I was wondering if Maggie may or Maggie may not, but she did. And the first thing I was going to say, not that there's going to be a list, but I'll keep it to one sentence because I know you like to move swiftly. I agree totally with you on the pizza stories. It doesn't matter what way it comes, veggie, meat, whatever, I'll eat it. But, yeah, and the chips, yes. But the other food that...
Chips.
Yeah. But the other thing you left off with beats both of those.
What?
By, oh yes, by a significant margin.
Now, wait a minute. Don't tell me. I'm going to guess. I'm going to guess.
Go.
Well, is it a cooked product?
Well, it's not cooked when you buy it, but yes, you do cook it.
Huh. So it's not chips?
No.
And it's not pizza?
No.
But you cook it, and it's more-ish than pizza or chips. In other words, you would take it off someone else's plate if you were sitting at... I mean, you wouldn't, like, roam around the tables in a restaurant picking random person's chips, off their plate. But if they were sitting on the same table as you, then I think, every person for themselves as far as chips are concerned.
Yeah, well, if someone's sitting at my dining table said, I'm not going to eat that, I'd say, well, I'll have it. And I'll bet that 85% specifically of men,
yes.
There's a clue, specifically of men, when they smell this product, will, it's like cocaine.
What, you grind it up into a powder and then you snort it?
No, and there are multiple, here's another clue, there are multiple scientific, not that we take any, as you say, notice of people like that, but it has been proven by there is no scientific contradiction, put it that way, to the fact that this product, it's not a product, it's something that you cook, so it's not manufactured.
Right.
This has the same pheromone effect on men's brains as sexual stimulation. and now that is of any country in the world that has done studies over the last 40 years.
Yeah.
There is no opposition in any study. So, do you want to have a guess? I want to tell you.
Right, so this is a food that you buy uncooked and then cook it in the convenience of your own kitchen that is the result of which is better than sex.
No, it's not better than sex. It has the exact same effect on the male brain.
Right. So what if
arousal.
So what if you ate it while you were having sex?
I would suggest some men do.
Okay, and reveal the item today. Go on.
Bacon. Yeah, the smell of either grilled or fried bacon will get any man out of bed immediately, and the reason is because of the smell of it.
Yeah.
It's the same as sex. Or not sex, but sexual arousal. The same pheromones and are stimulated. So that's it. The other thing, Obama, he... I know it's horrible. But he cannot come back as a third term because after, I can't remember the name of the president off the top of my head right away, but they're only allowed to serve 2 terms because it had to be changed because of fears of a dictatorship.
Right.
And that's one of the reasons that Trump is so upset, because nearly everybody gets 2 terms except that loser.
Yeah, that's right.
And now, as an Irishman, if you'll just let me, and I'll get out of your way as quickly as possible, but I have to say this. Lord Frosty, the no man. Right? Now,
well, I restate my case. If Lord Frost is the answer, what's the question?
Exactly. Well, listen, Lord Frosty the No Man is negotiating on behalf of Boris Johnson.
Yeah.
He's not negotiating on behalf of Northern Ireland, because You know, he keeps saying that the problem is that we can't get sausages and that's rubbish. The vast majority of people in Northern Ireland are very happy with the protocol because it gives us the best of both worlds.
Exactly.
It allows us access to
the trade
European
between
market.
the north and south is going so well that this government wants to put a stop to it because it's embarrassing them. Yeah.
Exactly, and Wales will want it, and Scotland will want it. But Frost has never received one vote from any state of Ireland.
Precisely, an unelected bureaucrat.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then, if I may just finish, Owen Patterson. He is what we refer to here in Ireland as Northern Ireland Secretary of State's used to be a job akin to being sent to Siberia.
Mm-hmm.
You know, nobody wanted it during the
punishment job.
Yeah. But Owen Patterson transformed it with two small companies that are here, and I'm very aware of these two small companies because I live here. And they both got, I think it was 300 million, you know, for something that they had no experience, track record, or knowledge of. So they quickly, during like many companies and friends of others, quickly geared themselves up. Like Dyson, he changed from vacuum cleaners to incubators.
Right, you're talking about PPE during the initial. Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so many people who have absolutely no experience or knowledge, apparently, of providing PPE for medical situations, made hundreds of millions of pounds, adding up to billions in all likelihood, for public money just disappearing before our very eyes. And much of the PPE either didn't arrive at all, or was broken on arrival, or was completely useless for the purpose in which they were supposed to be utilised. Now, you think that some sort of crime had been committed, and hopefully somebody will eventually get to the bottom of it, but in the meantime, I suppose we could just ask Bodger about it.
I can't comment on that.
Yeah, no doubt. Yeah, this is what we got when we are run by trained professionals.
Oh, no.
We are no longer interested in the opinion of trained professionals. Look what they've done. Lewisham. Hello, Hannah.
Oh, hi, Nick.
Hannah.
Hi. Look, you know this Jeffrey Cox. Is it Jeffrey Cox?
Jeffrey Cox?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I didn't think it was possible, but he is as unpleasant and money-grubbing as Johnson.
Bodger, yeah.
I really didn't, because I don't think anybody can, leaving Trump aside, I don't think anybody can surpass in our country this Johnson fella.
Yes.
But Jeffrey Cox, you know, I mean, he equalises him. Look, I've had no access. Sorry, I've had no access to newspapers. I've got no computer.
Huh?
I've got no smartphone.
What?
So I don't know.
Are you on the run?
Yeah.
Have you gone off grid?
No, I'm a dinosaur. I'm a dinosaur. Always have been.
Where do you get your news from then, Hannah?
LBC.
LBC.
Look, the thing is, I'm sure somebody's written about this in the newspapers, but I thought to myself, look, this chap, Virgin Islands...
British Virgin Islands, yeah. 82 degrees tomorrow and sunny.
Oh, I don't care about the weather. Virgin Islands sued the British government.
I'm not sure it's that way around. I think that the British government was bringing a case against the British Virgin Islands on some sort of corruption charge. Wasn't it that way around?
I honestly... Oh, well, hang on a minute. Hang on. In that case, I'm kind of wrong, because he defended the Virgin Islands against the government, did he?
I don't know about if he was actually involved in the defence, but he was giving them legal advice. So I suppose it amounts to much the same thing. That is an incredible detail in this story, but that's not really been hammered too much by the press. And I think that they should be actually going over that and illuminating it with spotlights, because that is absolutely incredible. If that is true, that this man, while being paid to represent this country, went to another country and acted for them against our government that was bringing a corruption charge to them, well, that just about beats all. I am stunned.
That does take the biscuit, I agree with you, but I thought it was the other way around. I thought the Virgin Islands were suing us.
Right.
And
why would they sue us?
No, well, I don't know, but I thought he acted for the Virgin Islands.
Yeah, I think he did, didn't he?
For the Virgin Islands against our government, of which he was a part. So he, in fact, I thought, was suing himself. And I thought, yeah, that's what I thought. That's what...
Suing himself.
That's not possible, is it?
You wouldn't think so, no.
Yeah, well,
all the press seems to be just concentrating on the money, but it's the it of it, the detail of it is the most astonishing thing. That if that's what happened, and as I say, this detail, this part of the story just kind of gets lost. Nobody really seems to be interested in writing about it. They're all concentrating on the money, honey, because that's what people are interested in. But if true, it's just absolutely incredible.
It is. I agree with you. It does take the biscuit that being part of the government, he's acting on behalf of an entity, or a country rather, that our government is suing.
Right. Yes. It's absolutely unbelievable. But that's the part that papers and the news media don't seem to be concentrating on, whereas to me, that is the most important part. More important than the money, honey. Even more important than him not being here, but being thousands of miles away on some godforsaken, beautiful tropical island.
Yeah. Don't you know anybody on The Guardian? Nudge, nudge. Can't you nudge somebody?
No, I don't, no. You'd think they wouldn't need nudging, though, for crying out loud.
No, I absolutely agree with you. But then our press is just... It's hand in glove with the establishment.
Some of them are.
It is the establishment, isn't it?
Some of them are. Some of them are. And I think one...
If it's only some of them, where are the pillagers gone? Where are the pillagers gone? Where are the investigative pillagers gone?
They still have investigative reporters. It's just that there aren't many of them because investigative is such a difficult word to say. People just they drop out at school thinking, oh, I'll never be able to say that. Forget it. I'll go do something else.
Shut up, Nick.
Something easier like being a doctor or a lawyer or something like that. Investigative reporter. I don't even know how to spell it, they think. Yeah, thanks a lot, Hannah. Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. I'm just trying to get some paper detailing precisely... Oh, here we go. Okay, so this is the Eye. Oh, subscribe to continue reading. Oh, no. Okay, well, the headline is, the controversial aspect is how the former Attorney-General found time to undertake arduous duties while performing as a member of the British House of Commons, writes Sean O'Grady. No, that's not the controversial issue. It's what he was doing there. Not the time part. When he was Attorney-General under Theresa May, Sir Geoffrey Cox once berated his fellow MPs in one of the very many acrimonious debates about Brexit by asking the simple, subscribe to continue reading. Let me think about that.
No.
0345 6060 973. Text 84850. Email nick@lbc.co.uk. And if you're on Twitter, it's @LBC. Hey, by the way, talking about get Brexit done. Poor. I do another podcast called it's called The Nick Abbott Habit. Very, very easy to remember. The Nick Abbott Habit. And it's clips from old shows. And for a while now, those podcasts were building up to the point of our glorious exit from the evil European socialist superstate. And the one that's out now is recorded on that night. The excitement filled the air, it did. And I've just given you like a little flavour of what happened that night. And I wasn't on the air for the very moment at which we were bonged out. That was left in the capable hands of our leader, Nick Ferrari. But I followed on from Nick at about, I don't know, I can't remember what time it was exactly, but it was when we were fully out, tasting freedom. And we had some reporters on and some feedback from, a couple of people. So that's the most recent episode that's available on an internet near you. Ask for it by name, The Nick Abbott Habit. If, by the way, you download Global Player for your app, for your smartphone, have you got one of them smartphones? Oh, they are stupid, really. I mean, my smartphone, very, very stupid. It doesn't learn anything. My smartphone's an idiot. But anyway, if you got one, then you can download Global Player from your favourite app store. And the stuff they've got on there, it will keep you entertained from now until the end of time, which should be, any time now. Particularly if you're under 60. Have you heard the bad news? The total disintegration of our way of life. The human race. We're going to be kissing goodbye to the human race.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, see, it's been nice. Not great, just, nice. It's been okay. Mustn't grumble. But if you're over 60, then it's you're on easy street. You made it. And things won't go upside down. They won't. The entire planet won't burst into flames, flip upside down and sink while you're alive, but your kids, not so very lucky. James says, "Hi Nick, because of COP26, Johnson is trying to save energy in his flat by turning down the heating and looking for another way to keep warm. He is trying his vest." Listener with material. Oh, no. Dave texts, COP27 might change the world. Yeah, exactly. COP27. This one won't. They had more lobbyists from the oil and coal industries than all of the other delegates put together, I think. Tons of money being thrown at keeping things just the way they are, which means that things will be kept just the way they are. Nice that we had that huge and tremendous deal that wouldn't affect us in any positive way, shape or form with Australia, that made us chuck out our insistence on, maintaining the drive towards net zero. Carbon emissions net zero. We chucked that out in about 2 seconds after the Australians asked us to. Just so that we could get, I don't know, Vegemite more cheaply. Like that's what anybody's yelling for. What else have Australia got that we want? Apart from coal. Pete tweets, "I wonder if G. Cox is declaring the rental received on his flat for income tax. Now that could be fun." Pete, I am sure he is legal, decent, honest, legal, honest and true. Legal. I bet he is legal. Very precisely. Legal. Everything was done within the rules, which means that somebody should rewrite the rules.
Correct.
Tony texts, Tunnock tea cakes and iron brew are British, which should make us proud until the Scots vote for independence, says Tony. You know, one of the things that doesn't get mentioned much, if the good people of Scotland vote to leave the rotting corpse of England, then we in England are going to be in big trouble if we want to continue to be a nuclear country, because we ain't got nowhere to park our submarines. They can only get parked in Scotland because they have lochs deep enough, or like coastal areas, I guess, not lochs exactly. I don't know. I don't have any idea what I'm talking about on this or any other subject, as a matter of fact. But I did hear once that submarines in this country can only be parked in a certain place, and that certain place is Scotland. So if Scotland leaves and they say, well, you can't park them here no more, then we won't be a nuclear country anymore. Think of all the money we'd save. All the money that we'd save on something that we're never going to use, not now, not ever, never. What's the point? Other than to strut about on the world stage, giving it the big I am. Paw! Roy tweets, Nick, can we privatise the House of Commons so we can get some work done? Get it taken over by, I don't know, Serco. Maybe Serco could do it. Or G4S. Simon says, Nick, you asked for what things we own and are made in this country. What about Greggs? I went there today and I had 2 steak slices and a cup of coffee. Yum, yum. Steak slices? They serve steak in Greggs. Do they? Steak? I thought they did like sausage rolls and stuff, like cakes and things. Steak? Okay, then. Sidcup. Hello, Richard.
Hi.
Richard.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Oh, hello, Nick. What a pleasure.
Is it?
It is indeed, from my side anyway. I remember, was it 2 weeks ago we discovered that the president of the US of A is very environmental conscious, that he thinks that obviously 86 cars in a convoy is too much, so he's got 85 instead only. But I wanted to ask you if you know, did the American embassy paid for the congestion charge fines that they got?
I don't know. Is that still ongoing? Didn't because that's really old now. Because wasn't it Ken Livingstone that called them chiselers or something like that?
Correct. It was about 5-6 years ago. I heard that they went to court and they owed 2.4 million.
Wow.
And about maybe before the pandemic and that I heard 3.5 million. It jumped to that,
right.
And they kept arguing that the ambassador at the time said it's a tax, which they were exempt.
Right, diplomatic immunity.
Exactly, that's the correct words. And obviously, Ken Livingstone, and then I believe it reached Boris Johnson. He also said, no, it's not. And whatever, I honestly don't know. Maybe one of your listeners might want to give you a call and let us know.
I've got no idea, but it's not worth starting a war with America over.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, they probably got away with it anyway.
I would think so, yeah. Well, they can do anything they bloomin' well like, can't they?
Correct.
Particularly as we would, our position is at their heel, like a puppy. All right, thanks a lot, Richard. Yeah, somebody should definitely look into that straight away, if not sooner. Tim tweets, my dad wore a kilt to my brother's wedding, even though he's from Sheffield. Not really sure why, says Tim. Well, why? Why would a man from Sheffield wear a kilt to his son's wedding? That don't make no sense. Andrew texts, Dear Nick, if you are half Scottish, as you say, then why don't you do half your show speaking Scots and half in English? It would be even more entertaining. Yeah, I do think that the Scots actually speak the English language, just with their own unique accents. Because the people in Glasgow didn't speak the same as the people in Edinburgh. And the people in the Highlands, well, they don't speak like about anybody you've ever heard. Very proper. Tom says, "Hi Nick, a couple of weeks ago I had a problem. This year's Star Trek convention clashed with a horse show that my wife wants to go to. After days of negotiation and explaining the importance of meeting my fellow trekkers, I'm currently in a hotel staying 5 minutes from hundreds of horses, not Klingons. Oh well, there's always next year, I'm told." I think you should stand firm, Tom. Maybe not on this particular issue, but, assert yourself, man. You want to be a trekker? Go trek. He's got dragged along to see the horses. And he wanted to boldly go. Oh, well, there is always next year. Maybe. If we live that long, Tom. A Star Trek convention. Apropos nothing at all, although just because it reminds me of a film, I suffered through the most recent James Bond film. Oh, my God. Are they advertising with us? Because if not, then I'd like to give you a full and frank opinion. It was absolutely awful. I didn't think it was ever going to end. It just went on and on and on, and it was just painful. He did... How many films has he done? Daniel Craig, with them. I think it's 5? At least 3 of which were utterly forgettable, including, and especially, that one. He just looked like he didn't even want to be there. It was kind of just... I don't know, it was just... What was it? What was it about? What was that ending? They just didn't seem to put any effort into it. I mean, I'm sure they did. It just looked like they didn't. So I think fingers crossed for Mission Impossible. Don't let us down, Tom. Those of us who like action-adventure, where it's been in short supply lately. Paul texts, the maximum terms of presidency were clarified in 1947. Franklin D. Roosevelt remains the only person that has ever served 3 terms.
Correct.
That is correct information, Paul, who has just looked it up on the internet, I bet. The internet makes everyone appear as though they're an expert. Amy emails, "Hey Nick, went into the pizza shop, said, can I have a thin and crispy supreme? The man went into the kitchen and came back with Diana Ross. Oh, for crying out loud." Paul says, Prime Minister Boris Johnson might be doing his best, but after the Owen Gate, he's literally on borrowed time. The cult of Bojo may forgive him, but the Tory infighting will finish him. If Tory MPs, especially the 2019 intake, think that their seats are threatened, then they'll do to him what they've done to every Tory leader since Thatcher. Yeah, except that those new Tories from the north, they're not... they haven't had their feet under the table for long enough to get rid of him. It's the old guard who would have the confidence to do that. And, see, I don't think that they think that they've done anything wrong. That's the overriding sense that I get from all of this. It's that... Yeah, and it's day after day after day. It's like this person has taken that amount of money and this person has done this amount of jobs, and it just goes on and on and on. And the sense that I get from them is, why are all these people... why have the nerve to criticise us? Don't question us, peasants. That's the overriding sense that I get from them. That is their initial reaction. Why can't we do whatever we blooming well like? These awful people calling us to account. Who the hell do they think they are? That's their feeling. They're actually saying in public, well, this is absolutely awful and it really is terrible and something should be done. And that's the end of it. It's the same with the climate change thing. That will be the communique at the end. Literally those words. It really is awful, and something should be done. See you next year. If we get that far. They're not sorry. They don't feel guilty. They feel aggrieved that we have the nerve to question them. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Paul says Prime Minister Boris Johnson might be doing his best, but after the Owen Gate, he's literally on borrowed time. Oh, I've just read this, haven't I? The cult of Bojo may forgive him, but the Tory infighting will finish him. If Tory MPs, especially the 2019 intake, think that their seats are threatened, then they'll do to him what they've done to every Tory leader since Thatcher. Yeah, well, the Tory intake from the north, I don't think that they thought they were going to win. So it's entirely possible that the Tory party didn't put up their very best and brightest. They put up people that they thought, well, you know, we'll get the people on side who were already going to vote Conservative anyway, but they didn't expect to win those seats. Come on, they didn't. So they wouldn't have put their best people on there because they would have been expected to lose. So these were disposable candidates. I mean, maybe I'm over-egging it a bit, but, let's do broad strokes, shall we? These were the ones that they thought weren't going to get in. They weren't going to win. So they were disposable. So they're not going to start throwing their weight around. I mean, they know they're going to be out in their ear, or they suspect that they'll be out in their ear next time anyway. I mean, the Red Wall only lent their votes to the Conservative Party. You'd assume that after, all of the promises that have been made that do not come to fruition, particularly over Brexit, this glorious life that they were promised, has still not arrived by the time we all go to the polling booths next time around. They're going to think, well, maybe I've been had. So it seems unlikely that the majority of them, or all of them, let's put it like that, are going to get in again next time. So they're not going to be throwing their weight around to get to chuck Bodger out. It's going to be his like the Roman emperors that he does delight in quoting and detailing their stories. It's going to be one closest to him. And you, Jacob? Nigel texts, in the event of us splitting off, or Scotland rather, claiming independence and then rejoining the European Union, Nigel texts, in a twist of irony, our submarines will be parked on EU territory. Yeah, we'd have to ask the European Union's permission to bomb Argentina. I'm surprised we haven't started that one. It's got to be a war with somebody. Why not to try the greatest hits? Birmingham. Hello, Michael.
All right, Nick, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Nick, this is a moral conversation between me and yourself and your listeners, right?
What?
Now, my daughter is a doctor, as you know. I spoke to you before.
I do not know that.
No, yeah, she's an A&E consultant.
Right.
And works in a hospital in Manchester.
Okay.
Right. Now, since last March, all she's been dealing with is corona patients. People dying on the ICU wards and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Now, because Manchester has got high variation of the Indian Delta virus, she was literally going to be working for another year in the hospital doing what she's doing, right?
Yeah.
So my daughter decided to resign from the hospital earlier in the year.
Well, she just couldn't take it anymore.
Yeah, she'd had enough, right? She'd wore out, right?
Yeah.
She was working 17, 18 hours a day, 6, 7 days a week.
Well,
not going home and things like that.
Yeah, I don't know how she feels. Go on.
Oh, Nick, I speak to her regular, right? I have her in tears on the phone some nights, right? So she decided to resign from the hospital. And then she was going to take up a GP's post, which is easy for my daughter to switch from an A&E consultant to a GP.
Really?
There's not a lot of training she got to do afterwards, right?
Right.
So anyway, she'd got 7 job offers to work in different surgeries, had all the information sent to her about the surgeries, about patients, doctors, hours, and things like that, right?
Yeah.
Now, my daughter didn't take up the GP position. Obviously, that wasn't for her, right? Now, my daughter...
But why not? What about it wasn't for her?
I don't think she thought the GP surgery was as hard as what she thought it was.
So she...
The long hours,
hang on a minute. So she quit... Hang on. So she quit a job because it had long hours and then did not take another job because it didn't have long hours. Is that what you're saying?
No, it did have long hours.
Did have long hours.
Yeah, right.
Right.
It did have long hours and different things, right? Now, my daughter now is working back in the same hospital she resigned from for an agency. And she's getting paid double a salary she was for the NHS.
What?
She's getting paid double the salary she's getting now as she was for the NHS.
She's doing the same job for the same hospital and she's getting twice the money because she resigned and is now working for an agency.
Yeah, she's classed as a contractor. Now, that's not morally right, sure.
Well, no. Have you explained that to her?
Yeah, I spoke to her about my brother yesterday, the roof, and I told him. And his wife, my brother's wife's a GP.
However, I mean, if you were offered double the money to do the same job, you'd take it, right?
I said that to him yesterday. I said, Martin, I know Kate, my daughter, and I said, at the end of the day, good luck to her.
Yeah. But if that is being replicated elsewhere, then it may be good luck to her, but it's not good luck to the rest of us.
How many other hospital positions, doctors and consultants and people like that, they're doing the same thing?
Yeah, I bet quite a lot, actually. Agency
My daughter didn't do it originally to get extra money.
Right, she just fell into it. Didn't do it deliberately.
She just fell into it.
Yeah.
The agency contacted my daughter.
So if she is earning...
If she want to go back to work.
Yeah, if she is earning...
what she was doing.
If she is earning twice as much, then that means that her position is actually costing us 3 or 4 times as much because the agency takes their cut.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And can I just... I wish you'd cut me off and I'll tell you what my daughter's basic salary is, right?
Go on, then.
Or put me on mute or what you can do so you know what my daughter's earning.
Give us a number. Go on.
Pardon?
Give us a number.
140.
140,000 a year?
Yeah.
Right. So...
That's what my daughter's basic salary is.
Now?
As an A&E consultant.
Yeah, but you're saying that that's what she earns now?
She earns double that.
She earns double that now? Wow.
Working for an agency.
Well, that's absolutely insane.
Oh, well, it's scandalous. It's immoral.
But she's your daughter.
I know she's my daughter.
I blame the parents.
My brother's wife said to me yesterday on the phone, she was in the background, and she said, Michael, that's all going to be stopped. You know, she's been trained by the NHS, blah, 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 and all that, for free.
Yeah.
And I said to her, Sheila, she hasn't been trained for free.
Well, not free,
because she paid over £10,000 a year to go to university.
But it was subsidised massively. I mean, it cost way more to train a doctor up.
Yeah, of course it was, right? But like I say, that's not morally right, what's happening there. Well, that's not morally law, what the government are allowing.
Well, I'll go to the foot of our stairs, Michael. I am stunned. But thanks for alerting us to this anomaly.
Well, you know, like I say, if you take some calls on it, good luck to you.
Yeah, I guess so. All right, thanks a lot, mate. 0345 6060 973. £140,000 basic salary, and now she's earning 280. How about that? All you got to do is resign and then walk out of the revolving door, come right back in again and sign up for twice the money. Blimey. Safe in their hands. Ray texts all those Brits living in Europe who, at Brexit, were not allowed to vote in the referendum, even though they were Brits and legally entitled to vote, as all were Brits and Europeans at the time of the vote. It's very complicated. So why was a vote carried for Brexit, which was unlawfully done because it stopped the Brits lawfully voting, even though they were British as well as Europeans? The Queen was and is their Queen. If we don't rectify Brexit, Brits could suffer. Could? We have Brits in Spain and elsewhere in Europe who are broke and feeling stateless. Does anyone care for those Brits who weren't allowed to vote? Shame, says Ray. Yeah, well, I believe that they knew what they were not voting for, so there's that. Joe texts, an Englishman in a kilt. Is that what they call cultural appropriation? It's just no. I can remember maybe 3 or 4 times in all the years that I was in Edinburgh did I see somebody in a kilt. People just don't wear them. Why would you? Kathy says, Nick, just thought of something else made in England. Sir Elton John. Yeah, I guess so.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, mostly made in England, yeah. Although he made it in America first, didn't he? I think that's where the market is. That's where the money, honey, is. This says, Nick, a man goes to the doctors. Oh, no.
No.
Sounds like a joke. A man goes to the doctors and tells him, I can't get Delilah and the green, green grass of home out of my head. The doctor says, yeah, we'll never know what that doctor says. Oh, well, never mind. And Paul says, I want to watch the new James Bond, but I've heard it's 3 hours long. Maybe it should be retitled No Time to Pee. Yeah, well, you do have to wait until... I waited until I thought they were going to do a love scene. And that's the moment at which you just hair out and go to the loo. Because I can't sit there for 3 hours. Who can? I would explode. Terrible film, though. I mean, really bad. So disappointing. There's £9.50 I won't get back. Not that I'm complaining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Blah, blah, blah. See, told you. We, the undersigned, think that it really is awful and something should be done. See you next year. Prince Charles very upset. He expressed his disapproval on headed note paper from his 4 palaces, 3 castles, 5 houses, 2 cottages, 3 manors, 15 estates and a teepee. Meanwhile, as COVID cases continue to soar in the Netherlands, wherever that is, hundreds of Dutch protesters had a water cannon turned on them by police after they objected to a partial return of the lockdown. So that's where Bozo, the mayor's Waffen Squirter 9000 went. You remember Bodger, when he was the part-time mayor of London, bought a couple of water cannon to hose the protesters to his bent regime off the streets? I mean, to spritz his supporters if they got too excited in his presence. Theresa May wouldn't let him use them. No! She made him sell them, and now they're putting out bicycle fires in Holland. Seriously, they actually tried to set fire to bicycles in protest at the new restrictions over there. Prime Minister Mark Rutte, 54, was given a press briefing to the media when protesters clashed with riot police and mounted officers outside the Justice and Security Ministry in the Dutch city of The Hague last night. Flares, projectiles and bicycles were thrown at police, and officers were seen hitting fleeing demonstrators with batons. Priti Patel has been watching the footage on repeat ever since. It's her favourite video of all time. The Netherlands recorded their highest ever daily infection count, positive COVID cases, on Friday, as in yesterday, as medics warned hospitals were being put under huge pressure amid record-breaking surge of infections. Fortunately, we aren't remotely like Holland. In other news, we have more or less the same number of infections. Hospitals here are also under huge pressure, and our death count is twice as high as theirs. And all we have to protect us from the same fate as the Dutch is the caution and expertise of our own government.
Oh, no.
We're doomed. And week-on-week COVID cases rose in the UK by a quarter today. They've been reporting for a couple of weeks now that it's all over. You can sound the alarm. The tolling of the bell means that the panic is over. You need panic no more. They said infections are going down and deaths are going down, and then today they said, yes. Well, according to the numbers, let's ask Zaphod about the numbers.
If you do the numbers, so just really a couple of things. One, 500 and about 100 million, and of course an additional 5.4 billion pounds. Now, you've got to remember, one, 5 million already, and a number of almost 10,000, including 86%, 5 million, and of course over 50%. And what I'm saying is, an additional 162 million, and that comes, by the way, on top of the 500 million. Now, 36 billion, of which 5.4 billion, and probably one of the biggest of 500,000 of over 16,000, massive, 500,000, and one, 2, 11, 1.7 billion, and then a 1.4 billion, 250,000, 6 million, basically 3.1 billion. Right now, that's a big number, and that's exactly what I'm delivering.
Thanks for delivering. What is that man talking about? So, in Holland, things are bad. Things are also bad here. In Holland, they appear to be doing something about it, to the great distress of certain individuals. Over here, it's nothing to see. The Department of Health in this country posted 38,351 confirmed infections yesterday. 38,351. That's up by almost a quarter on the 30,693 that were recorded Saturday last week. Meanwhile, coronavirus deaths are up in the UK to 157 per week. If 157 people had died in any other way, we'd be holding a candlelit vigil and there wouldn't be any other story on the nightly news. In the Netherlands, new regulations mean that bars and restaurants will now be forced to shut at 8 p.m.
Booze.
You better get your drinking in early, Dutch people. Major sporting events will remain behind closed doors, and social distancing is to be reimposed immediately. And if you have seen what Dutch people look like, it must be very difficult for them to keep apart from each other.
Correct.
Supermarkets and non-essential retailers are going to close earlier, and the cafes and nightclubs will have to close at 8 p.m. from Saturday. Wow. You can't really run a nightclub that closes at 8 p.m. unless it's been one that's been open since 3 a.m. One of them all-nighters. A group of around 200 anti-lockdown protesters gathered outside the government building in The Hague, not A Hague, where the Prime Minister Mark Rutte was speaking. Dutch people look fantastic. It's just that they sound awful. When they speak, it sounds like a cat coughing up a fur ball. No offence. It's just a fact. A peaceful demonstration in The Hague eventually turned into chaos as bicycles, projectiles and road signs were chucked. Throwing bicycles. How Dutch is that? Meanwhile, similar action was taken in Austria after Chancellor Alexander Schallenberg announced plans to impose lockdown measures on unvaccinated members of the population. In Linz, Austria's third-largest city, hundreds of protesters lined the streets to rage at the prospective measures, which would come into force from Sunday, tomorrow. 20% of intensive care beds are being used by COVID patients in Austria, apparently. That's according to Reuters. And I did the maths. I did mental arithmetic. Can you believe that?
No.
I did. And I figured out how many of our intensive care beds are being used by COVID patients. Now, 20% of intensive care beds are being used in Austria by COVID patients. 20%. Here, we have 3,700 critical care beds and over 1,000 people with COVID in them at the moment. So our situation is worse than Austria, which is imposing lockdowns, and our situation is worse than the Netherlands, which is imposing lockdowns. We got 3,700 critical care beds, over 1,000 people with COVID in them right now. So our situation is that they have 20% in Austria of intensive care beds with COVID patients in. We got 27% of our beds with COVID patients in. Of course, we haven't got many beds after 11 years of the Conservative administration. Safe in their hands. Dutch Prime Minister Mark Rutte said, "Tonight we are bringing a very unpleasant message. See, English is not his first language. You have to make allowances." He said, "Tonight we are bringing a very unpleasant message with very unpleasant and far-reaching measures." Rutte said in a televised address yesterday, "The virus is everywhere and it needs to be combated everywhere." Meanwhile, Boris Johnson warned of gathering storm clouds over Europe and used the continent's soaring epidemic as a warning of what's to come if Britons don't get their booster vaccines. Oh, no. He's threatening you now. "I've got to be absolutely frank with people," he said. He says, "We've been here before and we remember what happens when a wave starts rolling in," he says. Yes, we do. We do remember. We remember Bodger telling us that this would all blow over, and then that we should take it on the chin, and then that we should put all the sick people in hospital back into care homes, and then the government regained its composure, realised this was the best of times, and sprayed more cash around their mates and donors than they could ever have hoped to get away with under any other circumstance outside of World War III. Meanwhile, in the Netherlands, it reintroduced the use of face coverings as mandatory in public places, including gyms. How can you go to a gym with a face covering on? I mean, please. Also in museums and hospitality venues, henceforth known as hostility venues. People in museums here keep their face masks on. I've been going to a few museums lately, and people are very, 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 very rigorous. Do you recall any time anybody coughs these days? I know I do. Like if I'm sitting in a train carriage and somebody starts coughing, I want to, and I know this might sound unreasonable, but I want to kill them. Anyway, so new infections there topped 16,000 for the second day in a row. The Netherlands just reintroduced face coverings here, there and everywhere, baby. 16,000 for the second day in a row on Friday in the Netherlands, new infections. Here, 38,900 new cases recorded yesterday. But we seem to be pretending that this isn't happening in a rerun of the first wave and the second wave and the third wave. In fact, we're deluding ourselves to the point that we don't even recognise that there was a third wave. There was. Nearly 85% of the adult Dutch population has been fully vaccinated. And since the start of the pandemic, the Netherlands has recorded 2.27 million COVID-19 cases, 18,695 related deaths. And, you know, that sounds bad. But we've done twice as bad as they have. Holland has got 17.4 million people. That's about a quarter of the population of the UK. In the UK, we also have vaccinated about 85% of the adult population, same as the Netherlands. But since the start of the pandemic, we've recorded 9.49 million cases, as opposed to their 2.27 million, and 143,000 deaths. So I worked it out. More maths. God, homework. Can you believe that? The Netherlands have had 0.1% of their population die of COVID. We have done twice as badly as they have, per head of population. I can't imagine for the life of me why we have done so badly.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Can anybody think of a reason? It's a mystery. Cliff tweets, Nick, I got 2 numbers on the lottery. Can I please get a boo? No, you can get this instead. This anonymous text says, not being funny, we are where we are. Hindsight, it's a great thing. You're right. You're not being funny. But thanks for not saying, leave him alone. He's doing his best. Emma Lemstead. Hello, Charles.
Hello, yeah, I just feel sorry for all the millionaires in the country.
Do you?
I really do.
You feel
Because
sorry for the millionaires in the country?
Yeah, because of Brexit, they can't employ so many Eastern Europeans, and they can't exploit them the way they were.
Right.
You know, and because they didn't have to pay them double time for Sunday and time and a half for Saturday, and overtime rates, and they could get them for the minimum wage. All the distribution centres and all the warehouses.
Is that what millionaires do?
That's what they do. That's what Amazon, companies like Amazon, you could name them all the warehouses, all the supermarket warehouses, they're all suffering now. They're all having to pay more money to the British worker because they can't exploit the Eastern Europeans like they were.
If only that was true, Charles, because but unfortunately there's so many vacancies in all of the positions that you've just described and many others because British workers don't want to do those jobs. If only somebody had said that before that's right, they did, over and over and over again, and they were greeted with noises like this. No! They were greeted by people yelling Ramona at them. But it turns out that it wasn't Project Fear, it was Project Fact. All of those jobs that you've just described, that Eastern Europeans used to do in this country for what may be a pittance, and if they did it for a pittance, it's because we, the consumer, refuse to pay a penny more for anything that we buy. We're at fault, don't forget. It's us, the consumer, that is king. And they left, and we find that all of those jobs that we thought, people like you, Charles, thought that they were coming over here and taking from us. Turns out that, as anybody that thought about it for about 5 seconds could tell you, that we didn't want to do those jobs in the first place. That's why foreign people had to come here and do them for us, like bending it over double and yanking tubers out the ground, for instance. You know, stuff like that. And so now we've got a very, very high level of employment, and yet we also have hundreds of thousands of jobs that are vacant, not being done, to the detriment of the economy and every single person in this country, because all of the people that used to do them have left. Why they left after only 5 years of us screaming at them to get out of our country, I can't imagine. Anyway, thanks a lot, Charles. Sean texts, "The Truman Show was on earlier this evening. Leaves me with the feeling that we are being manipulated." Great film, says Sean. You're being manipulated.
Disgusting.
0345 6060 973. Finchley. Hello, Jonathan.
Hello. How you doing, Nick?
Good, thanks.
Is this leading Britain's conversation, LBC?
Okay.
Yeah, because the conversations normally involve people having, speaking with each other, whereas you just spoke. Let that guy say something, and you didn't let him speak again. So I hope you'll let me speak again when I say what I want to say, if that's okay with you.
Well, if you say what you want to say, then what's the point of speaking again? If you have a thought on your mind that you want to impart, then impart it and then move on. Or do you want to, pitch a tent here and take over the show?
No, I'd like to have a conversation with you, so I say something, you say something back.
But if I don't want to have a conversation with you see, it's a two-way thing. You can't just show up somewhere and demand to have a conversation with someone. You have to ingratiate yourself with that person for them to want to have a conversation with you.
Well, let's see if you'd like to have a conversation with me. I'll assert my assertion and see where we go.
Right.
So Nick,
I have to say, not so far, but you can make up lost ground. Go ahead.
Right. Thank you. You said if 137 people died of anything else, it would be front page news. We wouldn't talk about anything else. That's what you said.
157 people died of one thing on one day. Yeah.
So, okay, fine. So that's just under 10% of the number of people that normally die on any single day.
Not of just one thing, though.
Yes, well, actually, you probably find that you probably have maybe when there's really bad
hang on a minute. So you're making it up now. You probably will find that probably.
No, I'm not making it up.
Well, you just said you probably will find that, which means that you don't know, so you are making it up.
I'll tell you what, Nick. I'll tell you what. I'll go and do some research.
Excellent. Okay, full report on my desk first thing in the morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
This show is going super fantastically well so far. lot of very angry people out there. Calm down, it might never Oh no, that's right, it already has. Tony tweets, "Hi Nick, try Detroit-style pizza." Detroit? That doesn't sound very nice. Anybody want to eat anything that comes from Detroit?
No.
Not really. He says it's a rectangular pizza with a thick crust that is crispy and chewy. It's topped with tomato sauce on top of the cheese. What? Well, that's wrong. I think you're eating it upside down there, Tony. He says this style baked in rectangular blue steel trays designed to carry small automotive parts in factories. Yeah, it's a no from me. I like thick Chicago pizza pies. Oh, there used to be one in this country. I'm going back so long now, but every now and again I just dream about how fantastic it was. It was called Pizzeria Uno's. It was in Soho, right at the end of that road that goes down Soho. What's it called? Old Compton Street, right at the end of there. And, oh, wow. I know what I want from the menu without even looking at it. And it must be 30 years since I had it. I want a seafood delico and a Long Island iced tea, please.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. They were about 2 inches deep. I mean, swimming and goopy and, oh, so great. Unlike any other pizza you've ever had in your life. I mean, I like the Italian super thin ones that have hardly got anything on it. They sort of show them the sauce and then take it away again. It's basically just a dry piece of crispy bread. They're great. But then ones that have just about a bucket of filling in their cheesy, crusty pies. Oh, so great. Detroit-style pizza cooked in trays designed to carry small automotive parts. Yeah, it's a no from me. James says, "Hi Nick, I think all this stuff about the Dutch and Austrian full and empty beds is very interesting, but what us listeners want to know is, what's the weather like in the British Virgin Islands? Also, is there a temperature in Celsius or Fahrenheit?" I think the temperature is in whatever you want to pay for. And it is just super fantastic. I did the weather forecast there. The weather forecast in the British Virgin Islands calls for money. It will be raining hot money on the British Virgin Islands. Let's have a call in Southgate. Hello, John.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Yeah, what I wanted to say was Johnson is laughing all the way to the bank because of the inheritance tax of all these people dying. He just couldn't care. See him in the hospital without a mask is absolutely revolting.
Yeah.
I have to travel on the tube next week, and I'm a bit worried about it. I've had my injections, but I have letters from the mayor and from TfL say they want people to wear it, but it's not the law. Why is it so difficult to pass a law on public transport you wear masks?
Yeah, that doesn't seem to make much sense to me. I don't like wearing a mask any more than anybody else does, but in a confined space, I mean, for crying out loud, people.
Yeah, if 20% are wearing masks and 80% are not wearing masks, compare that with 90% wearing masks and 10% wearing masks without masks. I mean, you could see
these are a
the
lot of numbers here. It sounds like I've got Zaphod Beeblebrox on the phone.
The other thing, we came back from China in January 2020. We both had the virus. The doctor gave us antibiotics, didn't know what the virus was. Mm-hmm. And then we came back in February from abroad, and again, nothing. And yet in South Korea, they were doing things, and Sir Lloyd Webber was closing down his theatres in South Korea. All the warning signs were there, and he couldn't give a damn.
He's got theatres in South Korea.
Oh, yes, he's got a lot of theatres in South Korea.
I had no idea. Yeah, the South Koreans were all over this. The South Koreans fixed this in about 10 seconds flat. They had a test and trace app, which cost them about threepence halfpenny. In 2 weeks, they managed to fashion one of those. Almost 2 years later, we're still trying to do it. Bodge.
Contact tracing.
I think we're up to about £47 billion now, John. Can you believe that?
Singapore is now, anybody that has not had the vaccination and enters the hospital now has to pay the hospital costs. That should be here as well, because most of the people in hospital nowadays have not had the vaccination.
Well, I don't know whether that's true or not. A lot of people in hospital are catching COVID in hospital. I do know that. So, if you haven't had the vaccine and you go in a hospital, then you have to pay. Then surely if you have had the vaccine and you go in a hospital and you catch it, then they should pay you. Place your bets. Best of luck. Hot pizza news from Detroit, Michigan. Roland.
I've eaten pizzas all over the world. My waistline is testament to that.
Yes.
And by far, it's not even close. Detroit pizza is the best pizza you can get in the world. Not even close.
Describe the difference between any other pizza and a Detroit pizza.
Okay, so a Detroit pizza is square. A Detroit pizza is probably 1.5 inches deep. It has crispy edges. I don't know about the blue tin being what they used to use in the factories. I don't know about that, but it's the only pizza you can get throughout most of Michigan. And the crispy edges, the sauce on top of the cheese as well. That's not necessarily a Detroit pizza, but it's the squareness and the crispy edges. You just can't beat it. They're amazing. And you get it everywhere, wherever you go.
You do understand that it being square doesn't actually affect the taste.
Well, you think that, but it does.
Hey, you know what I want? An echoing silence. Hello, is this thing on?
Yeah.
You know what I want right now?
Yeah. A square Detroit pizza?
A square Detroit pizza. Yeah, can you have one delivered? You're, 4,500 miles away? Probably be cold by the time it gets here, but I don't mind cold pizza.
I could organise that for you, no problem.
Excellent. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's Roland in Detroit, Michigan. On the other hand, Dave in San Francisco may beg to differ. Dave.
Nick, good afternoon. Good to talk to you. With all due respect to my friends in Detroit, Detroit-style pizza is an abomination. It is a crime against humanity that COP26 should have banned. It is a mutant quiche masquerading as pizza.
Right. It's
just wrong. There are two acceptable deviations to pizza, New York style and Chicago style. Anything beyond that, you're a communist.
Right. What's New York style?
Well, New York style is very thin, very crispy. And it's in triangles, and it's obviously large triangle, and it's round. Obviously, round is important.
Right.
And of course, you've had Chicago style. You've had Uno's, and if you ever come to Chicago, go to Uno's on Rush, and they will take care of you.
Absolutely, never going to Chicago. Not now, not ever, never. It holds no interest to me whatsoever. Too hot in the summer, too cold in the winter. Why would anybody live there?
Well, I lived there for 5 years, and I got to tell you, they have great pizza. Also, I have to tell you, every Monday in my office, we start the morning with "What's your problem with Nick and Carol?"
Oh.
And everyone wants to know, is Carol really like that in person, or is that an act?
No, she's really like that. Yeah. That's her, up and down.
You have done your time in purgatory, my friend.
All right, thanks a lot, Dave. Hey, that's you there, Carol.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, me and Carol McGiffin, we do a podcast called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol?
Oh, right, yeah.
In which we try to solve people's problems while maintaining a straight face. And usually failing on both counts. She really is like that. It's who she really is on that podcast, and it's really who I am as well. I know that it's the case with her, and it's with me as well, that I don't tend to laugh more in any given hour during the week than when I'm doing a podcast with her. I don't know, it's just like from the very first moment that we met, something sparked. And it continues to spark to this day. She makes me laugh. She's a funny lady.
What?
I mean that most sincerely, Carol. I really do. You can get it where you get good podcasts. If you download Global Player, then you can find it on there. All the radio stations that we do, and on top of that, all the podcasts are on there as well. What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol, it's called. If you just do an internet search on my name, Nick Abbott Podcasts, then all three that I do will become immediately apparent. But ask for that one by name. What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? 0345 6060 973. I know that nobody in this country is calling up saying, you never mind about Detroit and New York and Chicago pizza. Bermondsey pizza is what you actually want to eat. Nothing so far. East Yorkshire, hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, just going back to COVID, I've sort of got an answer for you and a bit of a challenge. The answer, you were asking, why are there double the deaths here to Holland? Well,
per head of population.
Per head of population, yeah. What the reason is because we had 10 years of austerity, which meant that our hospital beds to population was one of the lowest in Europe.
Yeah, it's one of the worst in Europe. And you could add to that the doctors per head of population, the nurses per head of population, beds, and you mentioned beds, didn't you? And so on and so forth. They basically defunded our health service, and then, just as they did with councils, and then blamed the health service for not being able to provide us with the assistance and the care that we require. They did the same to councils, take the money from the councils, and then blame the councils for not being able to provide the services that people pay for. Cute.
Exactly, but take this one stage further, because once you've restricted the beds and the personnel, what then happened in UK that didn't happen in Europe was that before the pandemic, if an ambulance came out to you or paramedics, they assessed you, and if you scored 6, you went to hospital. Because of the pressure on the beds, well, don't worry about the number, that's not really relevant.
Points make prizes. Go on.
Points make prizes. But as the pandemic progressed and the beds were getting full, the score to get into hospital went up to, say, 8.
Right.
And my daughter was working in a 60-bed ICU unit full of COVID patients. And what they ended up saying was, either bring them to us less ill or don't bring them to us at all.
Great.
Because they were bringing them in so ill, they were hooking them up onto ventilators. 2 days later, they're switching them off and hooking somebody else up. And they said, don't bring them in that condition. We can't help them. And that's why our score is so bad versus Europe, because we didn't get people into hospital at the optimum time.
Yeah.
Which is saying the NHS was overwhelmed.
Of course, the NHS was overwhelmed before COVID arrived. I've got a report, I've got it at my fingers if you want me to read it, from 2019, saying that the NHS was completely overwhelmed, they couldn't cope, and the beds were totally full, and they were pulling their hair out, and please, God, give us some more money. That was before COVID hit, and it's the same thing now, and it's because they, as they explained many times, the NHS is safe in their hands.
Now, can I come to the challenge bit? And this isn't. It might start off sounding controversial, but it isn't.
Right? Does it involve eating insects or unmentionable parts of mammals?
No.
Right.
The challenge is: can you get any eminent virologist to ring in and contradict what I'm about to say? And that's that from the 1st of July this year, the government has embarked on a policy consistent with trying to get herd immunity through infection. Because the government have tried to get as many people infected as possible, keep the deaths down to 150, which they say is low, but it's actually not low. But if they get enough people infected, herd immunity could start to bring it all down, and they'll claim a victory.
Yeah, well, that last part is absolutely true. Regardless of what happens, if they can pull a scintilla of positivity out of it, then it's all due to the munificence that is Bodge. If it's in any way negative, then it's the French being mean to us.
Yeah, but you get any virologists to ring in and say their policy is inconsistent with herd immunity by infection, and I doubt that anyone will ring in.
Okay, well, maybe not. Well, I'll hold my breath and wait. I mean, you are implying that there is some sort of plan. I'm not sure that's true. Even if it's an evil plan, I'm not sure that the regime is up to making a plan. But anyway, thanks a lot, Mike. The regime is certainly not up to wearing a mask. Apparently he was asked 3 times to put a blooming mask on when he went to a hospital. You read the hospital rules and it says everybody coming into this facility must put a mask on. No doubt about it. No exceptions. You've got to have a mask. And so Bodger bowls up there for a photo shoot because he was running away from an inquisition at Parliament about sleaze. Running away seems to be his thing. I mean, he couldn't find a fridge, so he found an entire hospital to hide in to get his photograph taken. And the key part is to get his photograph taken without wearing a mask. And the reason that he seems so adamant, I mean, he was at the Festival of Remembrance tonight, apparently. I've just been handed a report from Zora Suleiman. Few of those attending the annual Festival of Remembrance wore face coverings during the event. Prime Minister Boris Johnson did not wear... No, wait. Few of those attending the festival wore face coverings. Boris Johnson did not wear a mask as he sat in a royal box at the Albert Hall, next to a royal personage, if you can believe it. The Royal Albert Hall's guidance says, please help us keep everyone safe by wearing a face covering where possible and by respecting other people's personal space in order to reduce your risk and the risk to others. Please help us, they said. And Bodge said... No. No. Because he didn't want to have his photograph taken with a mask on. That's the key here. That's why he's doing it. It's for the benefit of photographs. Because he wants to put it all behind him. He doesn't want to be associated with the virus. And if you had the same dismal record that he has on this virus, you wouldn't want to be associated with it either. And so that's why they don't wear it, or are loathed to wear it when at PMQs. And you see the Tory benches, and just like a couple of days ago, like a word seemed to have gone round, said, "Oh, all right, you can put them on if you want, if you like." But it seemed to be instruction, because none of the Tories were wearing a mask, and all of the opposite benches were wearing them. It's for optics. Never mind about people's health. It's just for looking good on photographs, so that you don't, so that you're not associated with the virus in the mind of the public. Plus, nobody looks particularly good wearing a mask in a photograph. So that's the reason why he doesn't do it, so that he looks better in photographs. That's where we are. Oh my God, we're all doomed. Nick, I can't believe you've done homework. Apologies, but can I just ask you if you're as good with figures as Nadeem Zahawi is? If so, we are doomed. Don't make me play that clip again, Joanne. Matt says, it's because Boris left the gates open. The neglect from that man is disgraceful. We should have locked the country down ASAP. Circus running the country, says Matt. Well, you hire a clown, you get a circus. Streatham, hello, John.
Hello, Nick. Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
I want that I am, for the first time ever...
Hey, John, you need to lean out of a window or get to higher ground, because your phone is not very good. Go ahead.
How about now?
OK, then, let's try that.
Is that better?
A little bit better.
OK. No, I had to go private this week for the first time ever, because there's nothing left at the NHS anymore, you know?
Yeah.
The GP surgeries, they don't see anyone.
No, they don't.
They don't, and I know we're meant to go, the NHS, ain't they lovely? But they're really not. I'm not having a go at the people working for the NHS. I just mean the receptionists now. You know what they do? They say to you, "Why are you calling?"
Yeah, I know. I don't want to talk to the receptionist about why I'm calling.
And apparently, if you say it's confidential, she then says, and this is apparently not just with me. Like, this happens to everyone now. She says, "No, I need to ask you why you're calling." What do you do at that point?
Well, with mine, you call them up and they say, right, well, we'll think about seeing you. We'll think about giving you an appointment, but you must go online and fill out a form, which, if you printed it out, would be about 15 pages and details every single thing that you've ever done or thought or said. And then you submit that form, that request to see a doctor to them, and they will think about getting back to you at some point in the future. And if you are successful, if you manage to get everything in order for extra points...
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
And if you get so many points that you manage to get an appointment, then they might call you on the phone.
Well, I mean, do you refuse to talk to the receptionist about the particularities of your problem.
No, I went online and filled the form out like a good little boy.
But can I? I want to say a couple of controversial things, but I'm not. No, but mate, I don't want to fall out with you over this. But I mean, you do all right financially. I mean, you can go private, right? You're like a celebrity DJ. You're like, no, I'm saying you're doing okay money-wise.
John, are you kidding me? Celebrity, no. DJ, also no. No, I'm not Nick Ferrari or James O'Brien. Do me a favor. I'm not Steve Allen. Steve Allen drives in a blooming Bentley.
I know.
My car is 22 years old. I put it in one of those see how much your car is worth sites.
Yeah.
£150. £150.
But so then what? Okay, so that I won't pry into your finance. Well, you're not Nick Ferrari or James O'Brien or David Lammy for that matter. But anyway, I got very frustrated, and for the first time, I'm not sort of proud of saying this, but I did drop the C-bomb, and then the receptionist said she hung up on me.
Yeah.
And I went private, and I don't like going private because it costs money, but they treat you much better.
Yeah, they'll also put up with any kind of language you want to throw at them with private medicine. As long as you pay your bill, you can say anything you like.
But they ask you, they actually go through a detailed... The private GP did ask me, she said... It was a video conference, and she said, you do sound slightly mentally unstable. What's your psychiatric history? And
I mean, I don't mean to laugh at that, but you're laughing too, so I thought I'll join in.
Yeah, so that was, it was a useful thing to do. But if I can make my main controversial point, that this corruption, and you might not like me saying this, and it really did start. I know, the Major was a bit, sleazy Major, and Thatcher. Milky snatcher, but really, and you might disagree with me on this.
Well, John Major has a fairly good record on this because he set up the body that was supposed to clamp down on this sort of thing. But anyway, go ahead.
Yes, no, but I know this guy, he's very powerful, and he also listens to your show as well, but it really did start with Iraq.
Who listens to my show?
Alistair Campbell.
Right. Oh, well, I'm not sure that he does, but anyway, go ahead.
No, he does. He's tweeted. He likes your show. He's tweeted it. So if he calls up after this, tell your producer not to give out my number because seriously.
Right. Okay.
But the gall of, and I feel very strongly about Iraq, and the gall of someone who, him and Blair, I think genuinely, in a functioning democracy, if you break laws, whether it's national laws like this corrupt government keep doing, or in the case of Blair and Campbell, international laws, you've got to face trials and juries, and that doesn't happen in this country.
Well, perhaps, but are you saying that because of all of the above, that he should not speak on this or any other issue? Because if that's your position, then that is 100% wrong. Just because somebody has done something that is, even if it's related or unrelated, does not preclude them from speaking out about things in the future, surely.
No, I don't want to preclude anybody from speaking. It's free speech in it, but I just think the gall of someone who I'm a child of Blair, right? Not literally, but I grew up under Blair's benevolent regime, and the fact that there were no repercussions for Iraq really did set the water sort of mark, or the gold standard for absolute impunity. And the fact that you've got Campbell now waxing lyrical about unlawful, corrupt, illegal, all of the above applies for Iraq. And we knew nothing happened for Iraq because they were above the law, and we knew nothing will happen to this clown and his various underlings because they're above the law. They're untouchable.
But again, you still appear to be saying, even though you're saying you're not saying it, you appear still to be saying that because there are charges levelled at someone like Alistair Campbell, then he should not speak about an issue that is related or otherwise. I mean, if it is true what you say, then what you want is experts to speak about any given issue. And if somebody has the expertise to have been in the corridors of power and has witnessed potential corruption up close, then surely that is exactly the sort of person that we want to be speaking about this issue, rather than some like me who's got no idea what he's talking about.
No, I'm not stopping anybody, but him or what's the odd-looking, Gollum-looking like fella, the one who keeps You know, what's his name?
Well, which one?
Cummings.
Oh, Dominic Cummings. Yeah, him.
There's these textbook sociopaths. I'm not stopping them. They can talk. They get millions of views.
Right.
They're making good cash from it. Good luck to them. But after they have been integral to this system of corruption, for them to then it just shows what's
Yeah,
the word?
but you're talking about different. You're talking about different kinds of corruption, though. The corruption that we're talking about with the regime, the current regime, is that in a nutshell, they're taking money from outside sources to then try to change laws to the benefit of the people that are paying them. That's the big issue here. It's not even second jobs or anything like that. I mean, that is another related and separate issue. But the key thing that seems to have got sort of lost in the second jobs things and the expenses things and all of that is that people are taking money from outside sources and then acting in the interests of those sources and against the interests of the British public. That's the key to it here. And I know that what you're saying has is valid, but it's not really the same. I mean, you could say that it's worse, taking the country into an illegal war that, you know, is the world a better or worse place without Saddam Hussein in it? Well, we could debate that to the end of time, but not on this show. Rainfall, thunder, dust storms, snow, and a plague of insects. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I read that in a book. Really old book. Alex tweets, "We will not put up with another lockdown. Lockdowns are nonsensical and achieve nothing other than kicking the can down the road. Look at Sweden, who never locked down and have no vaccine passports. They have some of the lowest cases and deaths in Europe," says Alex. Yeah, that's right. Swedish people. Always so perfect. They didn't do any of that. The difference between us and the Swedes, you know, apart from a foot, about a foot, is they have trust in their government. Can you believe that? Yes, they actually trust and respect their government. So when their government asks them politely to do something, then the Swedes do it straight away. And the government asks them to, don't get all hugger-mugger. Even if you're doing hygge...
Disgusting.
Even if you're doing hot hygge with each other, don't get hugger-mugger. That's what they said. And the Swedes said, "Oh, okay." That's the major reason why they haven't got, many infections. And, God, it seems like so long ago that I was extolling the virtues of Sweden's approach to this. It seems like a lifetime ago. By the way, another podcast that I do, as well as the one that I do with Carol McGiffin, is called The Nick Abbott Habit. And that's from old shows. And for a while there, I've been clipping up bits, like the funny bits of old shows, leading up to when COVID first hit. And it was so weird listening back to those old shows of, me coming out of the news, the news having reported that, 4 people have this strange thing that's been reported in China. And then we're talking about it and joshing with each other. And, it's a good job that's not happening here, eh? And so, it's... and of course we were also getting up to the point that we were going to bung a bob for Big Ben's bong, which is about as asinine and childish as we are with, the current regime, eh, Bodge? Bung a bob for Big Ben's bong is what he said when we were going to leave the evil European Union. No! And it's been uphill ever since. Yes?
No.
Not really. Turns out it wasn't Project Fear, it was Project Fact. Every single thing that the Ramonas said has come to be true. Still, never mind, it's only money and life. 0345 6060 973. Let's have a call in Tottenham. Saul.
Oh, hi Nick. Thanks for taking my call. I just thought I'd like to. You often say that. Well, they can.
Oh, another one of these mobile phones that doesn't work as a phone.
Hello.
Yes, there
can
you
hear
are.
Me now?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I've often heard you sort of mentioned, British workers don't want these jobs, and that's what's happened. I'm not going to dispute that because obviously there's a problem. But I thought to myself, it bothers me, that statement. And one the idea about a British worker, I mean, I sort of would rephrase that as anyone who sort of is settled here and might be thinking long term here. And I've often think to myself, well, there's a culture that needs to happen for these people to entice people into these types of jobs, which have been based on a culture. And I use that word culture because that's the sort of how a business model is created of just going to one town in a particular Eastern European country and hiring a lot of people who probably know each other, who probably come over as a group and are happy to live in one place like a farm for fruit picking for 6 months, or maybe I'm just using one example.
Yeah.
But I just feel like the debate would be interesting if, now that that's happened, and especially COVID, people are reevaluating what's important and the sort of balance they want in life. I thought, well, what is it that, what do businesses and what is the new culture that needs to happen? So the idea about this British people don't want those type of jobs, that statement in itself becomes a negative ideology. So there's like the idea about rubbish jobs.
I'm not sure that that's right. Would you want to do those jobs? Would you want to live in a hut away from where your family lives for, I don't know how much they earn, not much, for the backbreaking job of fruit picker or potato gouger or whatever it is that they do in the middle of a field and a farm? You wouldn't want to do that job, neither would I. Doesn't make us bad people. We're doing different jobs, Saul. It's not like we're lying around getting benefits and smoking a joint and watching afternoon television all day long.
But that's what that job has become through the culture of how they've chosen to pick their labour. So if that culture is not available, if that way of funding your business is not available, maybe the idea of, maybe we don't, we will change our business model. People don't have to come and live on the farm. Maybe we'll make hours more flexible. Maybe we can change our crops.
But you have to pick the fruit when it's ripe.
Yes, but then you can do. People can do promotions, and it can become. You could get. It could be something that students might want to do.
They don't want to do it.
Well, I don't. I'm just using an example. I've noticed, for example, in the fabrication industry, because I've just started to get into fabrication. Like 2 years back, the idea about working flexible hours was unheard of. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the evening.
Yeah.
And then I've looked into, also prices of what people are willing to pay. And I've noticed over the last couple of years, especially the last year, that people are saying, well, actually, you don't have to work 5 days a week from 7 till 5. Now you can work from, 7 till 2.
In some jobs, yes. But in most jobs, they have to work set hours on set days, and they have to show up in person. And
no, I'm not saying that, but I've just noticed that in order for businesses to start to attract what you call the jobs which people don't want and have relied on cheap labour, we're having to tap into what do people who live here and have a long-term interest in living in this country.
Well, I don't know what it is that you're suggesting, but what should farmers do if a crop becomes pickable and it needs to be picked right now? What are you supposed to do? I mean, it needs to get picked when it needs to get picked.
I don't know, but that's an interesting conversation. I'm sure that it's not. The answer can't just be, the only way we can grow crops is by going to Romania, buy one town and get 100 people. That can't be the business model. There's got to be, and they will have to change their crops. They'll have to think of another way.
Change their crops? What would you have us eat?
You can't just say, now look what Brexit's done. I think there's a really good conversation to be had, which is rather than use that's a rubbish job, this is I don't want to use bad words, but all jobs can be fantastic.
No, and they can't.
Yes, they can.
No, they can't be. They cannot be fantastic. All jobs cannot be fantastic. Do me a favour. Most jobs are a drudge and they're boring.
No, they're not.
They are. I've done so many jobs other than this one, and every single one of them was a drudge and it was boring.
Well, yeah, there can be that, but I think people at companies are having to work harder at making jobs not drudge and boring and investing a bit more long-term in people's general balance of well-being.
Right,
So,
but
for
there are
example,
some jobs that you can't change. If you are a fruit picker, you can't change the trees to produce only fruit when it's nice out and space it apart so that you can do it casually all
let's
year
use
long.
Let's use that example of trees. Okay, I think it's a nice example because when I used to tour the UK as a musician, there used to be, like, let's use the apples, for example. There's the big apple harvest. Yeah. There's massive apple harvest in the UK. Right. And what I tended to see in the apple harvest was a culture of what is based really around cider drinking, which obviously has its, community virtues. But a lot of the people would come together, the whole community would come together, and they'd all pick the apples of the farm.
You're talking about Cider with Rosie. That was a TV program. That's not real life. What are you on about, Saul? We're talking about farmers who produce hundreds of tons of apples. Not somebody who's got an apple tree in their back garden and they go and have a little picking party in September. Saul, we're talking about major businesses here.
Yeah, major businesses. I'm talking about major businesses too, but I'm saying the culture around picking apples is very different to the culture around picking fruits.
Apples are fruits.
Yeah, but the culture of picking apples in this country, a lot of people will chip in and help just for the fun of it.
Saul, you've got no idea what you're talking about. We're talking about agribusiness here, not somebody who's just got an apple tree in their back garden. That's ridiculous. But anyway, it's been kind of it's been interesting, I suppose. Interesting is the word. Yeah, I don't really get I know what you're saying, but what you're saying doesn't actually add up. Doesn't make sense. But I think I've taken it about as far as I can. Plus, there's a break. I guess he thought it was a good idea to sneak out the confession whilst the media are preoccupied with COP26, says Jim. So it'd be nice if you could give him a wee mention. Thanks. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yes, I can give him a wee mention. Douglas Ross blasted for own goal after failing to declare referee payments. He's a football referee. Yeah. This is in the Herald. According to a report in the Herald, the Tory failed to declare £28,218.57p in outside earnings from his second job as an MSP and third job as a football referee. Wow. Yeah. I think that argument, that whole argument, has got skewed a bit. We seem to have stepped speedily over the bit about MPs taking money from outside interests, companies and millionaires and billionaires, and acting in their interests rather than our interests. That, to me, is the story. Another story is that they're doing second, third and fourth and fifth jobs. Don't conflate the two. You can do a second, third and fourth and fifth job and it just be taking time away from what you should be doing, which is a much less serious crime, in my opinion, than taking money from outside sources, companies, or the rich, and acting in their interests rather than our interests. That's way more serious. But the sort of news cycle seems to have just swept past that and is now concentrating on second jobs. I don't think they should have any second jobs, and I don't think the House of Lords should exist. Unelected bureaucrats. I thought that's why we were supposed to be leaving the EU. So we're not led by unelected bureaucrats. We got more unelected bureaucrats than they do in China. Jim says, oh no, I read that. Richard emails, a lot of angry people out there tonight. That'll be all those winners celebrating their Brexit benefits. Best of luck, says Richard. I appreciate it. It's been waiting the longest. I'll be totally fair about this. Regent's Park. Hello, Vance.
Hi, Nick. Enjoying your programme as usual. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nick, last Saturday, I sort of raised some ideas about Johnson's character to try to explain the way he gets away with everything.
Yeah.
And do you remember I suggested that he's the sort of guy who will do any type of harm so long as it keeps himself in the limelight and his hands on power. Well, yesterday, Chris Bryant, the chairman of the Parliamentary Conduct Committee, was interviewed by a journalist. And he recalled being at Oxford at the same time as Johnson, who was then president of the Oxford Union. And Chris said, he was then almost exactly as he is now.
Well, we know it predates that. We know how he was at school because of that famous letter that teacher, his master, sent to his dad, which I read out again last week. I may not have it with me, but I'll find it. It's very, very easy to find. It's everywhere.
Yeah, that's right. But the journalist then asked Bryant if he meant Johnson took a relaxed attitude to rules. And Bryant said, I don't think he's relaxed at all. It's quite the opposite of relaxed. He thinks he's Samson. He wants to pull the temple down on top of his head. And what is irritating, particularly for the new Tory MPs, is that they had no idea what sort of deluge would come. Calling him Samson, I mean, that just shows how destructive he is.
Why would he want to do that, though? Why would he want to pull the building down on his head?
Because he doesn't want anybody else to have the limelight or to take the glory. If there's going to be some great denouement, some end of the world, which Brexit pretty well is going to be anyway, Johnson wants to be there.
End of the world. That might be stretching it a bit. End of the world might not be the end of the world. I think it's more likely that this country will just slowly deflate. It will slowly become less and less important, less and less wealthy. We won't notice any great step change. It'll just be a gradual malaise.
Yeah, I agree with you. But don't you find Bryant's sort of characterization terrifying?
Well, I find it a bit bizarre that he would say Samson. I mean, that's the last thing that I would say Boris Johnson was. I mean, it makes him sound like a superhero.
Yeah, Chris Bryant used to be a vicar, so that, biblical metaphors and analogies come naturally to him. But one other thing that he said, Chris Bryant, he's dead against this levelling up agenda. And I think he's right, actually, because this levelling up agenda means that individual ministers are doling out pots of money to constituencies that they decide are worth it. And it's going to lead to corruption, isn't it, Nick?
Lead to? I think we're there already, Vance. The areas that are levelling up, he said, waggling his fingers in the air to denote inverted commas, also, coincidentally, happen to be the ones that are either safe Tory seats or the seats that the Tories have their eye on. It seems more gerrymandering than levelling up, but what do I know? All right, thanks a lot, Vance. Samson, you say? Wasn't it the Express that had him on the front page as some superhero or other the other day? That's absolutely comical. I mean, so desperate to prop him up. How's that going, by the way?
Oh, fabulous.
James Fenton is a bloke that I follow on Twitter. He's a comedian. I don't actually know anything about him other than that he writes funny things on Twitter. And he posted a copy of that front page with Boris Johnson looking like Superman, just with the comment, hid from Good Morning Britain in a fridge. That's all we need to know. 0345 6060 973. Let's have Vancouver. Nick.
Hi, Nick. I had to ring and sort of answer all of these numpties that are going on about how terrible it is to have migrant workers for the sort of economy of the UK, and this is why Brexit was necessary.
I don't think that's what he was saying. He seemed to be saying that there's something essentially wrong with the British people, that we don't want to do dead-end, bad-paying jobs. And I think it's the opposite of that. I think that it's a quite reasonable and commendable decision to make, that you don't want to do those jobs. You'd rather do something better.
Well, I mean, yes, because no one else in the Western world, so to speak, wants to do those jobs either.
Of course.
Every country brings in migrant labour. The US economy is utterly run on Latino migrant labour.
Yeah.
I mean, they pick, build and do, as is the Canadian. We have Central Americans that come up to Canada and pick our fruit as well, because Canadians don't want to do those jobs either. What we like to do is supervise the Latinos.
And that's exactly what happens, as a matter of fact. People say that, all these people coming over here and taking our jobs. A, they're not taking your jobs. And B, what it does allow is that for the bottom level of jobs to be done by other people, which raises us by extension onto the level above them, which makes us the managers of those people.
Exactly. And, you would think and it's not just on your, when you read the Daily Express or even the Guardian when they have open commentary, you would think that there were Jarrow marches of English people unemployed marching to Whitehall in order to complain for the fact that they're having to live in sort of holes in the ground in the north or what have you, out of the 1930s, while Polish and Romanians laughed at them in their wonderful jobs and they marched by.
And wave their money at them as they sweep by in their Bentleys. No, that's not the case at all. We have very little unemployment in this country. Just about enough to get by as a healthy economy. It's about 3% is what an economist would call full employment. But we also have an enormous number, hundreds of thousands of job vacancies, which is that's the difficulty. Is there isn't an enormous pool of British people just lying about the place, availing themselves of benefits. We're working. But there's also this enormous number of jobs that used to be done by people that we screamed at for 5 years to get out of our country, and then for some unfathomable reason, they left our country.
Everybody was happy in practice. Possibly not in theory. Maybe people didn't like those Eastern European accents when they were on the train, and that annoyed them. But that's not economics, that's racism. But in practice, the whole bloody system worked well, as it does in Canada, as it does in the US. And the really talented migrants, we kept them. The slightly less talented ones go back to Romania or Poland with the money, and they help Romania and Poland, and those countries do well out of the deal as well. And the really bright ones stay here and become millionaires and billionaires, and eventually end up becoming lords because they have 3 million quid. That's how the British system works.
Apparently so. Yeah, it's the best politics money can buy. Yeah.
Yes. I don't understand why people are upset at a system that worked so well.
If you could get into a time machine and go back 10 years and ask people in this country what was the most important thing that they were concerned about, what would they like to change the most? Europe would not even enter their minds to speak out loud. No one was upset with being in the European Union. It just wasn't an issue. And then suddenly, an enormous amount of dark money came from, well, we still don't have any idea, but we have our suspicions, and supposed grassroots campaigns, which were nothing of the sort. They were highly organised by people with ill on their mind, persuaded us that what we were actually enjoying and getting a lot of profit from was actually a bad thing, and that we must end it. It's very, very curious what's happened about all of that. They fashioned a problem that didn't exist and then made it our number one cause of concern. It was actually it was genius, really. Nobody was upset about being in the European Union until we were told that it was something to be upset about. It was almost like this entire country has been hypnotised. And a good number of people still haven't woken up yet. In texts, just been watching ABBA on the BBC, had to switch it off after an hour to take a shower to calm down. Far too Swedish for my grey English blood, he says. I don't know what that means. Desiree texts, scrapping the BTEC funding is Johnson's version of pinching the milk from school kids. Levelling up is creaming off the education system as well as the NHS. Didn't he do well, says Desiree. Well, if the plan is to defund the country, then he's done very, very well indeed. Good job there, Bodge. Woolwich, Richard.
Oh, good evening. Hello, Nick.
Richard.
Hello. Well, we're very serious people on tonight.
I know.
Don't they realise it's Saturday?
I don't know how they get my number.
Yeah, I mean, can't they score some pot or something and just kind of relax?
Just say no. Just say no, thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite.
Go ahead.
Hey, I've got COVID.
How is that?
Well, it's really weird because I had it 2 years ago, or 1.5 years ago, and I was sort of in bed with it. But I've had my 2 vaccinations,
right?
And it just so mild. It's just like I had 1 day of sniffle, and that was it. And because I had some sniffles, I just tested myself on the self kit.
Oh yeah.
And just realised I had it.
Now, wait a minute. How do you test yourself on? What kind of a test is that?
You stick that blasted thing up your nose.
Up your nose.
Down the back of your throat.
Now, I don't think that people can actually do that themselves, because you're supposed to do it until it hurts. But people don't want to hurt themselves, so I don't think it's the kind of test that you can take yourself, is it?
Well, you see, that's the point. You see, if you don't do it right, it cancels out. It sort of negates it. But no, you have to basically do it until you vomit, and then it works.
Well, let's not get carried away. I think the instructions are that you have to stick it up your nose till you tear up and put it down your throat till you gag. That's what they tell them to do.
Yeah, and I've been doing it every day.
Wow.
But the thing is, Nick, the weird thing is, I've had it for 3 days, only for 3 days.
Yeah.
And I've been testing myself now, and I don't have it anymore. But because I had it through the self-test, and then I went through the PCR, which is basically where you send it to the lab, they've come back and said, yes, you've got it.
Right.
And now they're telling me to stay in for 10 days, but now I don't have it. Yeah, there you go.
So what are you going to do?
Well, I'm just going to be like I'm on holiday for 10 days. It's fantastic, really, isn't it? I'm going to listen to backlogs of your shows.
Podcasts,
Yeah, podcasts, exactly. Yeah.
Well, it's an excellent time of the year to be stuck inside, because it's not particularly pleasant out. Plus, it's dark all the time.
Well, I planted some bulbs today, so...
Bulbs?
Yeah. I put some daffodils out, so...
Well, you're just going to stare at them till they till they poke through. You've got a long wait, mate.
Yeah, I'm thinking. You know, when you're going through a sort of this moment of this kind of where you've got the lurgy, basically.
Yeah.
You kind of want to think about something amazing. So I visualized spring, and then I went and planted some daffodils.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like an excellent plan. And I hope you enjoy your time off.
Yeah, thanks, Nick.
All right, cheers, Richard. 0345 6060 973. I am ministering to the ill. This text says, thanks for introducing me to AC/DC. You recommended a YouTube live show. Was totally entranced for hours. Yeah, I tweeted that thing last weekend, I think. Unbelievable show. Absolutely incredible. If you want to see a crowd go berserk to a bunch of really old men staggering around a stage, then that is the show for you. I've never seen anything like it. I mean, it was just the crowd. It was filmed in Argentina at a football stadium. River Plate, I think it's called. And AC/DC did a big show. Huge. And I don't know, maybe they're starved for entertainment in Argentina. I have no idea. But they just went off. It's just so great to watch. And it's on YouTube. Ask for it by name. AC/DC, River Plate. I think River Plate is the name of the stadium. Argentina. Fan-bloomin-tastic. This text says, there was a guy here in Edinburgh who ordered a pizza delivery. Opened the box and the pizza appeared to have no topping at all. He complained to the company who had confirmed its delivery. It turned out he'd opened the box upside down. Listeners with material.
Oh, no.
Let's have Plymouth. Hello, Mark. Is there anybody out there? Mark, in Plymouth. Oh, never mind, too late. Derek in Humberside.
Hello, Nick.
Derek.
I noticed Al Johnson will be trying to take the credit for this COP26 agreement that's been announced tonight.
Yeah, I don't think there's much to take credit for. I mean, what have they agreed? They've agreed that it really is awful and something should be done.
Yeah, but he'll be trying to, take the credit and move the situation on from his...
Boris Johnson saves the world. That'll be the headline in the Express.
Exactly, in a Batman suit. You can just see it now, can't you?
I can,
but,
yeah. I don't think Batman suits come in his size, by the way. I mean, try as he might, I doubt he'll be able to find one.
But apparently, there's a couple I just read on Twitter, there's a couple of articles, one from Reverend Rees Morgan, one from Grant Chaps that apparently, something to do with lobbying, to do with the runway that Mr. Chaps used up with his, I presume he's got some sort of light aircraft, or maybe he's got, maybe he's got a Boeing 737.
Grant Chaps has got his own aircraft?
Well, that's what it said, that he's been lobbying against. There must be after building on some airfield that he uses.
Right, well, I've got no idea about that. I haven't seen that story, so I can't let you continue in that vein. But what's Smug done?
He's something to do with the old... what's that island where Mr. Cox... something to do with 6 million quid of undeclared funds from there, apparently.
Right, well, I've got no idea about that either, but...
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything. We've asked him for a response, and he said...
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Thanks a lot, Derek. New news or opinion. I've got no idea about either of those stories, but it'll probably be all over the front pages tomorrow. It's just painful. It just goes on and on and on. And so it should, by the way. I mean, it would be poor on the part of Fleet Street if they just blurted it all out on one day and then went on to something else, which tends to be the way with the big stories. They'll get it all out on one day, 2 at the most, and then they'll think, well, we've got to have something else now to get people to pick up our paper off the stands. We can't keep printing the same story over and over, or different iterations of the same story. But it's that drip, drip, drip every day, something else that really brings it home to people that what we've got here is it's just not right. It's just wrong, is what it is. I mean, it always has been, I suspect. It's always been this way. It's just it never gets, the light never gets shone upon it. I mean, there's another one here. Hang on a minute, where is it? This one went under the radar. Not very well reported so far. Perhaps it will get a bit more meat on the bone tomorrow. Tory MPs are sitting on controversial Westminster pressure groups, while also being paid thousands of pounds from vested interests in the same industries, the Daily Mail has found. They really have changed, haven't they, the Daily Mail? It's like they've done a U-turn, big swerve from the Daily Mail. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
They hold often lucrative advisory roles to these Tory MPs with major businesses, while also helping to run unofficial parliamentary bodies that promote the same sectors. It's heightened concerns that all-party parliamentary groups are the next controversy in the wake of the Owen Paterson sleaze lobbying saga and Sir Geoffrey Cox's £5.5 million second career as a barrister. Unbelievable. There are almost 750 all-party parliamentary groups devoted to everything from individual countries to industries and sports, which try to get ministers to attend their events and then take up their causes. Some MPs and peers sit on dozens of them, and they're allowed to host meetings in Westminster rooms and produce official-looking reports to influence government policy. Yet the groups have no formal status and can be funded by private companies, trade bodies, or even foreign governments. I mean, are we stunned yet? That Boris Johnson would have the nerve to stand up and say that this is not remotely a corrupt country. I mean, first of all, it's embarrassing that he would say that in front of people, never mind about in front of the world. And B, oh yes we are, oh yes we are, oh yes we are. Already, this is pretty much a money laundering racket for the international criminal super rich. It's what we do for a living. All of those shiny blocks of executive flatloads that are ruining London's skyline forever. You look up and there's barely a light on. It's because there's nobody living there. It's because the companies that make them, which aren't British companies, they're Chinese and Malaysian and who knows where they come from, they're selling them off-plan to people back where they live. Now, why would somebody buy a flat in a country that they don't live in a town that they'll probably never visit, and will never set foot in those flats, other than to wash their ill-gotten gains? That's what we do for a living. The estate agents, lawyers, accountants, banks, of course, that's where the money is, honey. All working together as one to launder the ill-gotten gains of the international criminal super rich, and this country right here is where they come to do it, more than any other country in the world. I mean, that investigator of the mafia famously said that this country is the most corrupt country on earth. Now, he didn't mean that all of the people in it are corrupt. He just meant by value, by the amount of money that we wash clean. We are number one. And now the Mail has found that at least 10 Conservative MPs who are chairman or vice chairman of all party parliamentary groups are also being paid or receiving free trips and tickets from organisations within the same sectors. Just on and on and on. And finally, the people of this country appear to have woken up from being hypnotised. Finally. Took a while. Steve texts, there are various Christmas pizzas available now. I don't know what their toppings are, but they're all deep pan, crisp and even. Oh, my God. A listener with material. Oh, no. Zach texts, you can get 2 Chicago Town pizzas for £1.49 from Iceland, and Detroit and Chicago are both from the Great Lakes tri-state area. Yum. Are those two lines in any way connected? You can get a pizza from Iceland, and Chicago and Detroit are both from the Great Lake tri-state area. Yum. Right. I've got no idea what... I think maybe just he had two things on his mind and he wanted to impart both of them. They're not really connected in any way. He just wanted to blurt it all out. And he blurted it all out all over me. Detroit and Chicago, both on the Great Lake tri-state area. Yes, 5 Great Lakes, I think you'll find. Superior, Michigan, Huron, Erie and Ontario. As you will know if you have ever investigated the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald.
Rock and roll!
Get Gordon Lightfoot on the phone right now. I mean it. Leeds. Hello, Alex.
Oh, good evening, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I'm just ringing to see if you've seen the further ongoing revelations in the Observer tomorrow regarding the Prime Minister and his previous relationship with Jennifer Arcuri.
No, I haven't. It's on the front page of the Observer.
Yeah, it'll be on the Guardian website. That's where I saw it.
Oh, wait a minute. Here it is. Hang on a second. That's on their front page. How Johnson pledged help for my business to win my love, says Jennifer Arcuri.
Indeed.
There's a picture of her on a park bench.
So the nub of it, basically, a bit like the ghost of Christmas Past, when he was Mayor of London, as we already know, she accompanied him on various fact-finding missions and so on. as well as helping him use Excel spreadsheet programs and giving him pole dancing.
They were vigorously looking for facts. Yes,
absolutely. But no, I think the revelation, just to get serious for a moment, is it could reopen the ongoing investigation that the Greater London Authority is conducting, and it could lead to criminal charges. I think it's just another example of ongoing sleaze and adding to the woes of the current government.
Yeah, the police will look at all of the evidence before coming to the conclusion that he is not guilty.
Well, I'm not so sure about that, actually. I mean, I know the Independent Office for the Police Conduct, who were originally looking into it, because of his role as Mayor of London and being responsible for the Met. Now, they did an initial report which said that there was no misconduct to be found.
Right.
But if another GLA member makes a complaint, they can look into it.
Yeah, can being the operative word.
And given what was is purportedly quoted from diaries that Jennifer Curie gave to the former journalist and documentary maker John Ware, she does. Other than the lurid details of Boris Johnson's libido, it does. I'll pause that for a moment, but no. The serious point is about him. He boasts apparently about ignoring the advisors at the mayoralty about the potential conflict of interests and promoting Miss Curie's fledgling business, which, if you remember, she received £126,000 in grants from the mayoralty office.
Worth every penny, I'm sure. Absolutely nothing is going to happen, Alex. You know that as well as I.
I don't.
Yeah, well, you can hope all you like, but that's not who we are. It's not where we are.
But I think another reason it's come back into vogue or into maybe public consciousness is the fact that whilst obviously he was in Glasgow for COP26, when asked by whichever member of the media pack about those who commit wrongdoing in public office should be punished, and he absolutely obviously was saying that in relation not specifically to Geoffrey Cox but to anybody, I guess MP or councillor.
Top quality gaslighting there, Bodger. Excellent work.
It'll be interesting, as I said, if this does gain traction again.
It won't.
What will happen? Okay, well, I take your point, Nick.
The entire edifice of the establishment will intervene and squash this flat. Believe me.
But if you look at all the negative headlines, which you've mentioned already during your show this evening,
right. Well, that's different.
It's not just the usual suspects, though, is it? It's not just the Guardian or the Mirror.
No, it's the Mail.
It's the Mail, the Express. But
I think the Mail is doing excellent work just lately.
I would agree, but I think what it's doing, there's two things really. It's whether it casts the Conservative Party as the sleazy party on the take, corrupt, or whether it tars all MPs as being corrupt. I think that's the only thing which I have concern about.
Yeah, well, let's just concentrate on who's actually running the country, and we'll deal with those that aren't later. How about that? All right, thanks a lot, Alex. All right, here's that story. This is from the Observer, apparently. It's on their website. According to that chap, it's on their front page. Extraordinary details of how Bodger Johnson allegedly overruled the advice of staff to promote business interests of his former lover, Jennifer Curie, and win her affections were revealed in a previously unpublished diary extract by the US business person. According to one entry, the then London mayor even offered her... Wait a minute, what? I better scan ahead here. This might not be suitable for family listening.
Disgusting.
According to one entry, the then London mayor even offered to... Even offered to be her throttle in an attempt to accelerate her business career. Claims that may reopen the possibility of Johnson facing a potential criminal investigation into misconduct allegations. And the jury has retired... And while the jury is out of the room, the judge has declared him not guilty. Still, there's at least we haven't got any corruption in this country. At least we don't have any corruption in this country. And we know that that's true because Bodger Johnson said so. Ain't that right, Bodge? Yes.
I enjoy working with people.
Said everybody who does not work with Matt Hans Hancock. They said,
Don't touch me, or I'll kill you.
anybody missing him yet?
No.
Not really. We'll let you know if we do. Is Boris Johnson capable of telling the truth on any subject at any time? I mean, really. The great news is, he said, that 192 countries had signed the death knell for coal power. Yeah, that would only be true if it actually had happened. But as it didn't, it isn't. They didn't sign the death knell for coal power. That sounds like this. The actual bell that is associated with coal power is this one. Too many people making too much money, honey. They haven't signed the death knell. They've signed a slow fade out at some point to be decided in the future. Probably never. So they came out of that whole farrago by saying that we must strengthen emissions targets by 2030. Not meet emissions targets, but strengthen them by 2030. So that was worth it, wasn't it?
No.
Really? I mean, come on. So that's it. It's exactly like I predicted. I don't like saying I told you so, but I told you so, I told you so, I told you so. The conclusion is, it really is awful and something should be done. See you next year. And then they all get on their private planes and fly out north, south, east and west, causing more carbon emissions than an active volcano. No one is going to do anything about it until it's too late. And we'll keep pretending that the various weather events that seem to be becoming more and more aggressive and serious by the week have got nothing to do with it. It's just weather, they'll say. That's it's just that's yesterday's story. Let's talk about something else now. Let's continue to ignore it until it's too late. And you only know when it's too late because some of these things, I mean, I've got no idea what I'm talking about on this or any other subject, but from what I hear by listening to experts is that when things change, they quite often don't fade into a change. It will be completely different from one day to the next. Still, never mind. It's just, all life on Earth that's at stake. Who cares? Ben tweets, how can my fellow San Francisco resident not mention the world-famous San Francisco sourdough pizza? It is simply the best. Sourdough pizza. That does sound like it might be pretty good. Maria says, oh, Nick, you ought to try Purezza's Pesto Manifesto Pizza. What? It's amazing, says Maria. What, like science fiction, you mean? She says, sorry for any spelling mistakes, but I've got new glasses and I can barely see my phone. I think you should get other glasses, Maria. I mean, glasses aren't something that you get used to. It's not like you put them on and they become more comfortable, like a pair of jeans. You're supposed to see right straight away. Purezza's Pesto Manifesto Pizza. Okay. I don't really know what it is or where you get it. This says, I know this is starting to sound like a travelogue, but the best pizza I ever had was on New Zealand's North Island near Oyster Bay. Loaded with delicious seafood and not square, says that texter. One of the best pizzas I ever had was in Bognor Regis.
What?
Yeah, Bognor Regis. They got a park in Bognor Regis, and it's a delight. It really is. Hang on a minute. Wait. I'm trying to do something while I'm speaking. I can only do one thing at a time, and barely that. No, Nick, you're doing very well. You're doing your best. Yeah, there's a park in Bognor Regis which has got a pizza place in it. Oh, so yummy. Of course, you go to a place and you have a great meal, and then, a couple of years go by and you go back and it's either shut or burnt to the ground, or there's it's under new management and it's not remotely it's not remotely like what you had when you went there first. So don't take my word for it. I'm just saying, historically speaking, it certainly used to be great. I don't know whether it is now. I've got no idea whether it even is open, or whether the park is still there. Joan texts, "Oh, Nick, really? Bodger looks infinitely better in photographs wearing a mask." Well, that is true. Even Boris Johnson would admit that.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, much better wearing a mask. Did you see the state of him when he showed up to show his respects, he says, waving his fingers in the air to denote in inverted commas. When he showed his respects in front of the, I'm not sure it was the cenotaph. It was some, something to do with the 11th. God, what an absolute it is deliberate the way he looks. It's not by accident. It's a deliberate look. It's his logo. But you think that he'd smarten himself up just a bit. I mean, iron your shirt, for crying out loud. Comb your hair. Would it kill you to comb your hair just for one shot, just for one photograph of you looking relatively smart? Is it really going to impact your brand so much that you can't even bring yourself to look smart for that? Andrew texts, "Good morning from Singapore. I travelled home on a late night train on Saturday. Everyone appeared to be happy, sober, silent, and 100% masked. Vaccination proof, you show it when you enter the transport system. Simples," says Andrew. Yeah, well, Singapore, though. I mean, step out of line in Singapore. Big trouble, huge. Joan texts, oh no, I've read that one. Michelle says, "Ploughing more money into the NHS doesn't seem to be the answer anymore. I'm wondering if its privatisation is inevitable under a Tory government. I'm interested in your opinion on this," says Michelle. Well, look no further than an article that I was reading today, which details all of the Conservative MPs who, just by strange coincidence, also happen to have second jobs in private medical companies. Very, very strange. It's curious, almost like it's part of a scheme. So many Conservative MPs are getting money from doing work, whatever that involves, lending their name, I suspect, in many cases, to their headed notepaper, doing work for these private medical organisations. Curious. Almost like it's a plan. And here's a thing that I've been carrying around for a while. It's about the NHS. Hang on a minute. Oh, I had it here just moments ago, and it's a story from 2019 about how what an absolute state the NHS was back there. Oh, I had it right here in front of me. Where's it gone? I'm not very good at this job. Oh, I'll find it. Don't you worry about that. But meanwhile, here's a call in Blackheath. Hello, Sue.
Oh, no.
Hello, Sue.
Hi, Nick.
Sue.
I did ring last night because I can't text you because it's all got problems. But
problems?
It doesn't work.
What doesn't work? What doesn't work?
My end. Texting you doesn't. I know.
Your end doesn't work. I see.
My God. Nothing at my end works at the moment. It's just a quickie. On this COP26,
yeah,
I think we should call it COP out.
Yes.
How about that?
Not much COP. Let's call it that.
That's even better. Even better. I love it.
They're going to try and yank some good story from the jaws of defeat, but good luck with that.
Thanks very much indeed.
Okay.
I'm not going to hang on because I'm busy listening to you.
You've got stuff to do. I understand. You can't hang around chit-chat with the likes of me. I get it. All right.
Have you found that sheet of paper yet you were just looking for?
Yes, I do. I've got it right here in the palm of my hand. Thanks thanks for asking. Cheers, Sue. So this is a story from 2017. You know, when they excuse the state of the NHS as being the fault of COVID, it's absolutely nothing we could do about that. It's we've just gone through an unprecedented period, they'll say. Hoping that we all forget what the NHS used to be like before COVID. Can you remember back 2 years? Well, remember back to 2017. COVID had never even been invented. The last 12 months have been the worst in the history of the NHS, says this story. From the 1st of January, February, March, April. 1st of April. Oh, it's 1st of April. April Fool's Day, 2017. But it's an actual real-life story. The following is true. The last 12 months have been the worst in the history of the NHS. England's major A&Es are under record strain, with black alerts being regularly sounded and in some instances wards turning patients away. Last year the A&E crisis spread to other sectors. Ambulance response times have reached critically low levels, with 1/3 of ambulances failing to meet their targets for life-threatening call-outs. The acute sector is bulging, with unnecessary admissions, particularly from over 75s, who are presenting themselves at A&Es when they should be cared for by the social care sector that has suffered £5 billion of cuts. Wow, it's almost like the two things are connected. That you cut social care and people tend to get ill and present themselves to hospital because they ain't got no choice. In the community, general practice is on life support. As more is demanded of it, the proportion of the NHS budget that goes to primary care has shrunk. Primary care provides 90% of the consultations in the NHS, yet gets only 8% of the budget. GPs are leaving, new entrants are declining to enter general practice. NHS trusts recorded a deficit in excess of £2 billion last year. Remember, this was written in 2017. This story about the NHS on its last legs is old. It's not got nothing to do with COVID. I mean, COVID didn't help, but the problem predated COVID. Just keep that in mind next time they tell you that it's got nothing to do with them. It's all unprecedented and, everyone has suffered equally all over the world. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. No, they haven't. Liz emails, Nick, just never eat a pavement pizza. What does that mean? You mean a pizza that's fallen on the pavement? Well, if it's only been there for, 30, 40 seconds, that's okay, surely. I mean, if it hasn't fallen face down. This says, you're forgetting that Bodger, did not wear a mask and sat next to David Attenborough at COP26. No! Yeah, he should have gone just for that. How can you sit next to David Bloomin' Attenborough and not take every precaution? Just because you didn't want to get pictured with a mask in a newspaper. I mean, really, this has gone too far, don't you think? Adam texts, have you tried custard cream in your morning porridge? Just a splash and it makes a huge difference. Also, it's made in Devon and it's yummy. You're welcome. Custard cream. No, I have not in my morning porridge. What I do like is, you can get gold top milk. It's got so much cream in it that it forms a solid plug in the top, and you can winkle it out with a knife and just plop it in the middle of your porridge. Chunks of cream. Suits me. Bognor Regis. Hello, Ash.
Good evening to you, Nicholas.
Ash.
Hello there.
Yes, sir.
Read your Bognor Regis pizza.
Yeah.
Hotham Park.
Is that what it's called? Hotham Park?
Yeah, that's where you had it, yeah.
They have one of the most amazing things I've ever seen. I went there in a couple of summers ago, and there's this sort of pit in which grows enormous grasses, like about 20 foot high. Do you know the thing I'm talking about?
Yeah, it's a big park on the east side of Bognor Regis that was created by
whether he's got anything to do with slavery or not, I don't know, but some benefactor.
Right.
And it's the lungs of Bognor. It's a lovely park, big trees and all that sort of thing. But the
Yes.
pizza, I've had one there. They're absolutely gorgeous. You're right.
Still there, are they?
Yeah. Oh, well, I haven't been for a while because of the lockdown, but when I last went, they're absolutely fantastic.
It was very surprising because I wasn't expecting anything. I was just in a park and I didn't know where else to eat, and it was right there. And I thought, oh, all right, I'll have one of them then. And
well, that's what I was going to ask you. What the hell? Nobody comes to Bognor. What were you doing in Bognor Regis?
Well, I sort of run out of other nearby like coastal resorts, and so I must admit that Bognor Regis was down the bottom of my list. But I'm glad that I went.
Surprised. Well, you're more than welcome back.
All right. Well, I'll see you at the pizza oven. Thanks a lot, Ash. Yeah, but they do have this amazing thing. This is one of the most astounding. I don't know how to describe it really, but pieces of vegetation I've ever seen. It's like a pit, and I'm sure it maybe had a pond in it, but it was dry at the time. It was in the middle of summer, but these grasses were maybe 20 feet high. So you were standing at the level of about halfway up, because there's a raised part. The pit goes down below ground level, and all of these grasses were just catching the wind and moving in the most extraordinary way.
Groovy.
And it was mesmerising.
Yowza.
A little part of me is mesmerised to this day. Bognor. It's all right. That's about as far as I can go, really. They got the sea there. They got a sort of a long park which goes along the sea shore, which is quite nice. And then there's that park that chap was just talking about, and the pizza. Ooh, so yummy. Other than that, I couldn't really see anything to recommend Bognor, but it's worth a day out, as long as the weather's nice. Educational, this programme, isn't it?
No.
Joe texts, I had a tooth extraction yesterday. Hey, Joe.
Stop whining.
Done privately, says Joe. I had phoned 9 dentists, but NHS waiting lists are through the roof. The village where I live have 800 people waiting on the NHS. Oh, my God. No chance of being seen until this time next year. Good job I had 500 quid in loose change in my purse, eh? Says Joe. Yeah, it does seem to be a deliberate policy, doesn't it, to just run down at the NHS until people just can't stand it anymore, and they go private. And in a few years' time, everyone's going private. Yeah, 800 people waiting on the NHS in one village. God. Edward texts, is your motorcar so elderly it starts only with a magneto ignition, a crank handle inserted into the front of the vehicle? If that is the case, I suggest we crowdfund to accommodate you to a more suitable and up-to-date automobile. That suits me, Edward, just fine. Please send any money that you raise to the following address. Cindy says, thanks, Nick. All that talk of pizzas has made me hungry, but the nearest pizza place to me that does coleslaw close at 11. Coleslaw? Really, you pick your pizza parlour dependent on whether they do coleslaw? Okay. Chris says some British people don't want to work on farm. Oh, this is a conversation I was having some long while ago with some bloke who was suggesting that it was a bit difficult to get my head around quite what he was suggesting, but he seemed to think that it reflected poorly on the British people that we didn't want to do dull, badly paid, dead-end jobs. We had imported people who were keen to do dull, badly paid, dead-end jobs, and then after yelling at them for 5 years to get out of our country, they unaccountably they upsticked and got out of our country, which seems very ungrateful of them. Quite unpatriotic, actually. And his suggestion was that farms should change the way they operate in order to accommodate people who want a better lifestyle than bending over in a field and, yanking turnips out the ground. And even though I know nothing about farming, I didn't think that that's quite how farming works. I think crops become ready and then they got to get picked, otherwise they rot, and then you've got to start all over again next year. I don't think fruit and vegetables wait for you to be ready. You've got to be ready for them. Anyway, so Chris says, some British people don't want to work on farms. It's hard work, long hours, low wages and beneath them. Well, the beneath them part is because they're doing other things. Better paid, fewer hours and less back-breaking hard work. Why would you want to do something that is difficult, unpleasant and doesn't pay very well? We don't want to do those jobs. And now that the people who've done those jobs have decided to leave after being screamed at by us to get out of our country, then we find that those jobs aren't being done, to the surprise of absolutely nobody at all who had thought about this for about 10 seconds before we went and made the big mistake at the referendum. Actually, the big mistake was made before the referendum. The big mistake was calling the blooming referendum in the first place. Hey, Dave.
I think this is nonsense.
Yeah, still not missing you, by the way. But we know where to find you if we do. You'll be in the shed where they keep the tools. Hey, I haven't done the war thing yet. Oh, there's big stuff happening out east and down south. World War III may coincide with World War IV. James texts, I used to clean soap out of pipes in a factory in Nottingham in the 1980s. It was great fun. It doesn't sound like it would be great fun. Anyway, he says it was great fun and interesting. It doesn't sound like it would be interesting either. And sometimes I brought the family in to help. Grandma and Grandad scraping soap from the inside of a great pipe. I miss the good old days, says James. Well, that was weird. Shall I dwell on it?
No.
Ollie texts, hi Nick, today's Tory sleaze update. Geoffrey Cox claimed for 7 taxi rides from his constituency in Devon at £110 per trip, but only attended 3 votes. It's in today's Daily Mail under Tory sleaze. Well, I don't know anything about that. I'll have to look it up. And Trevor emails, politicians are taking second jobs as apple pickers. Well, that's a coincidence, because their first job is pocket pickers. Let's have Southwest France. James.
Hi again, Nick.
James.
I spoke to you a few weeks ago and you asked me what the weather was like down here in France, and I said it was cold like in the UK.
Good. I'm glad to hear it.
Phone down. Hello?
I'm just checking the weather.
There.
One moment, please. Just checking the weather in Nice. It's 53 degrees. Huh. So it's not much better than here.
Well, it's about the same. But when I put the phone down, it reminded me of that Cameron fella that used to be PM.
Yeah.
And do you remember when we used to have winter fuel allowance for pensioners? I don't know whether it still goes on that, but it helped pensioners during the cold winter months to pay the extras. And we had it for the pensioners that lived in the EU at that time.
Right.
But Mr. Cameron took it upon himself to stop the winter fuel allowance for those living in France.
Well, to toughen you up.
Because the mean temperatures, he said, were too high. And, of course, what he'd done is included French dependencies like Guadeloupe and La Réunion, Martinique, that sit near the bloody equator.
Yes.
They're crafty
that makes as much sense as anything else I've heard this week. Yeah.
But the rub salt in the wound, it was only the decade previously that France held the Winter Olympics.
Right. Yeah, it gets blooming freezing in France. You can ski there. Even in the south of France, it gets freezing.
It certainly does. So, I mean, when Bodger talks about temperatures about the climate change temperatures, he won't have a clue.
No. Well, on that or any other subject.
Yeah. Where
Yeah, exactly. All right, well, I'm glad to hear that the weather is awful down there in the south of France, because that's where Carol McGiffin is going back this week, I think.
Oh, right, yeah.
It's going to be raining and snowing.
What?
Yeah, probably a little bit of snow here, there and everywhere, Carol. Don't put your winter woolies away just because you're going to the south of France. Thanks a lot, James. Another James. Oh, no, I've read that. That's something about soap in pipes. Got to clean them out. Paul says, levelling up is the new trickle down. It's a phrase for moving money to the rich while convincing the poor that they're going to get something out of it. Yeah, wasn't it George W. Bush that kept going on about trickle-down economics?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And the poor waited with upturned expectant faces for some of that money to trickle down all over them. Not so far. They're still waiting. Michael texts, I've done many home tests, and since I have been doing them, I have started getting regular nosebleeds. Before COVID, I rarely got nosebleeds. Well, yeah, you jam a stick up your nose, you'll get nosebleeds, I expect. The one may be connected with the other. Edward texts, Nick, Prince Charles will be 73 on the stroke of midnight. Happy birthday, Charles. Yes, happy birthday, Charles. Is it his birthday or his other birthday? How many birthdays does he get? Do all of their majesties get several birthdays for extra presents? If you get their birthdays in order, they get extra presents.
If you get it in order, you get extra points.
Or something like that. Streatham. Hello, Penny.
Yes.
Penny.
Yep. Yeah,
Penny.
hi.
Yes, Penny.
Yes, okay. So, Nick, love your programme. I should be asleep by now, but can't help myself listening to you.
Thanks.
My point is between the pizza and access to the NHS. And I am passionate about the NHS. I've worked in it. But the point I want to make is that when you try and access the NHS, you don't get to the expert first time. You end up with receptionists or people trying to signpost you. If I went to order a pizza and somebody said, "Oh, I'll just have to check, if we've got the right dough or the right pizza chef."
Yeah.
The problem with the NHS is that we don't use clinicians up front at the very beginning of the contact point, and I feel very strongly about that.
Well, it's even worse than that, because even if you get to a clinician, then you're talking to a GP, and the GP is quite often the person that just points you in the direction of somebody who specialises in whatever you've got. Wouldn't it be better if you could just go straight to the person who specialises, which I believe you can do in places like Germany and France and elsewhere?
And America, yeah.
Right.
In America, my father lived there, and if he needed to see a dermatologist, he would go straight to the dermatologist. So I think we do need to rethink about signposting, because very often the person seeking help knows what they need, and they will know that they don't have to go via the GP or via an investigation, but they need to see a dermatologist or a gynecologist or whatever. I think that's where our system is completely wasted in terms of cost, admin and disappointment for individuals seeking help.
Yes, exactly. I think there is... I mean, there's a lot to be said for making it more efficient and making the money go farther and taking inefficiencies out of the system. But which is not to say we've got to chuck the whole thing out and bring in an American system, which it seems to be the way that we're going on that and many other issues. The American way, which is winner takes all.
Well, to be honest, I think our NHS is just the best service system in the world, but it's unaffordable as we're currently accessing it, in terms of sort of people going round the loop several times before they get what they need. So I agree with you that we need to be able to go direct to... GPs are brilliant, and they are very often the referral point. But if we could go, if I had, like I've mentioned dermatologists, if I had a skin problem, why can't I go straight to a skin consultant.
Makes perfect sense to me. Rather than wait for 3 weeks to get a GP appointment, who then says, "I'll put you on the list to go and see a consultant," and that'll be 6 months' time. You could shave at least 3 weeks off by going straight to the person that specialises in what you've got.
And precisely, and also the use of NHS 111 is a bit of a distraction because you don't speak to a clinician, so you have to go through some hoops.
Yeah.
Even though you personally know what you need,
right?
But you have to go through that hoop. So we just need to get clinicians right up front in the NHS to take, referrals.
And I do think that it has something to do with money. I mean, money is not the answer, but it is part of the solution in that we spend less on the, per head of population on health in this country than many of our major competitor countries who have, by stunning coincidence, better results and a wide variety of illnesses and conditions than we have here. It's not unconnected.
But I do think that we waste a lot of money, just on the point I'm making, which is direct access to clinicians.
I agree.
And if we could get rid of the bureaucracy, I've worked in an accident and emergency department where I was watching people coming into the department, and 2 very, very sick people came in, and they needed to go straight to see a consultant in the majors department, whereas the other sort of 20 people in the department didn't need that. But the receptionist did not clock that there were 2 very sick people that need to be fast-tracked. And you think about them sitting around for 7 hours in a queue, and the impact that might have on their health and their outcomes is quite dramatic.
Well, there's too many people who have too much power and too little information at their disposal who are making decisions that could affect you for the rest of your life.
Exactly, and I think if I can make one really strong point tonight with you, Nick, is let's get clinicians right at the front of the NHS. So they are seeing the patient at their first point of contact and making decisions. Some may say, "Go away, you're a GP problem. Go and sort out." I just think we waste time and money by people being turned away or waiting to see somebody that can just say, actually, you do have a serious problem, or you don't.
Agreed. Okay, thanks for that, Penny. 0345 6060 973. Hey, I haven't got round to the war yet.
I'll bring us into war.
It's going to be World War III and IV, both at the same time. This is forthcoming attractions. I hope I'll be able to squeeze it in before the end of this here super show. Surbiton. Hello, Diana.
Oh, hello, Nick.
Diana.
When I lived in Battersea, right, by Wandsworth Common,
yes,
in the 60s, we weren't allowed coal fires.
No?
It was called the Clean Air Act.
Right.
Yeah, so, yes, we wasn't allowed coal fires at all.
You know how much money it would cost to live near Wandsworth Common now?
How much money does it cost to live in Battersea?
Well, I suppose so, yeah. Big money, huge, yeah.
True. You're talking about a 2 up, 2 down little terrace house. My in-laws used to live in one of those in Eversley Road.
Yes.
You're talking about nearly £1 million.
Easily £1 million. It probably cost you £1 million just to buy the parking space outside.
Exactly.
How things have changed,
It was always a nice area, even in the early days. Yeah, definitely,
How things have changed, though. Ordinary people with doing ordinary jobs would be able, with one person earning in the family, would be able to have an actual whole life, real life house in a place like Wandsworth, whereas these days you'd have to be in the banking racket to be able to afford a house.
Exactly.
With just one earner in the household. Yeah.
Exactly. A friend of mine what lives in Cornwall was telling me that the council sold land to property developers up in Birmingham, Manchester, and of course people from that area have come down and have actually bought the houses and they're letting them off over £1,000 in rent. Ridiculous, isn't it, for Cornwall?
What's happening in Cornwall has happened everywhere else in this country, particularly London. But it's not it's not developers in Birmingham and other places. It's developers in China and Malaysia that have ruined London's skyline. as I mentioned briefly in passing, for the reason of generating profits in the first place. But it's where the international criminal super rich come to wash their money clean. And that's why London's skyline looks like that now. So that people in China and Malaysia and Russia and Azerbaijan and all of these places can come and make their ill-gotten gains look like, proper money. Thanks for the bad news there, Diana. Daniel tweets, is it me or does pizza the next day taste better than when it was fresh? Well, no. It is just you. But it's extra delicious because you wake up and you think, oh, what shall I eat? Oh, I know. Pizza from last night. It's that delicious surprise that makes it taste so good. Lorraine says, I don't remember any careers advice at school saying be an MP and then you'll have never-ending money. You'll have never-ending money and can live in the Caribbean. Have you thought of crowdfunding to get a new car? As for AC/DC, have you heard Disturbed playing The Sound of Silence? There's a band called Disturbed, and they play The Sound of Silence? Yeah, it's a no from me, Lorraine. And furthermore... No. Yeah, knowing nothing about it, it's a no. Leeds. Hello, John.
Hiya.
John.
I want to talk about the NHS.
Okay.
I phoned up at 5:30 p.m. and I was told that I must talk to a doctor within the next hour.
Yeah.
I'm still in. I got a phone call. I got a phone call at 9 o'clock, and the lady says to me, "I'm not the doctor. I'm just ringing to see how you are." I said, "Well, no better."
Right.
So she says to me, "Well, you want me to reassess you?" So I said, "Well, no, just because I know what you're going to say." So she says, "Well, it's going to be a few more hours yet."
Oh, my God.
So
what, to just get somebody on the phone?
So I said to her, I said, well, what happens if I drop off? So she said, well, if you drop off, we'll bring you back in an hour. And if we don't answer that call, well, you just have to go to the back of the queue.
Oh, my God.
And I'm in absolute agony, Nick. Absolute agony I am. And so I'm going mad with cystitis. And, it's terrible. It's all in my back and all in my sides.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Well, I don't know what to say there, John, but I do wish you the very best. And is anybody in a position to do anything about this listening? I would expect that the answer to that is no. And even if they were, and were in a position to do anything about it, would they? That's probably a no too. God, can you believe... But what's happening in this country just seems to be... I don't know. I just don't think I can take it anymore. I mean, really. It is getting a bit much, isn't it? I mean, does anything work? Thanks, John. I wish you all the best. God, just call that man back for crying out loud. David texts, the leader of the Scottish Tories, Douglas Ross, has held his hands up and said he forgot to enter his earnings as a football referee. Just out of interest, what would happen to a single mother of three if she forgot to mention she earned money as a football referee on her universal credit claim form? I think we know the answer to that, David. Prison for 6 months. Prison. Michael texts, I think it's a shame these climate guys were not around when Noah was here. A lot of more animals could have been saved. And Will says, Nick, the best pizza is a $1 slice in New York. A huge slice of pizza and a bubble tea. Bubble tea? What's that? I'll tell you what, Will. Whatever it is, I don't want it. Of course, if you're ordering pizza in New York, it will be brought to your table by a rat. So, World War III. Belarus wants Russian nuclear-capable missiles to deploy them in the south and west of the country. That's Belarus.
Oh, no.
They want nukes. This is President Alexander Lukashenko. He was talking to a Russian defense magazine, and when they say defense, they mean attack. Russia is apparently a close ally of Belarus, which the European Union has accused of engineering a crisis on its border by flying in thousands of migrants and pushing them to try to cross illegally into Poland. Seems to be a distraction scheme. The publication of the interview comes after the Russian President Vladimir Putin, rootin' tootin', suggested that he was growing frustrated with the Belarusian strongman after Lukashenko threatened on Thursday to retaliate against any new European sanctions against Minsk over the migrant standoff by restricting Europe's gas supply, which goes through his country. And people who are causing the Russian president to become frustrated usually find it very difficult to get life insurance. Brussels is currently gearing up to sanction Minsk, not the town, over the crisis at the Poland-Belarus border, and Russia has been accused by the West of helping Belarus to weaponize the crisis amid warnings from the Kremlin that it is also mobilizing to invade Ukraine, which is probably the it of it. Create a distraction in Belarus while Russia invades Ukraine. Lukashenko, the strongman leader of Belarus, told the National Defense magazine that he needed the mobile ballistic missile systems, which can carry nuclear warheads. He said, I need several divisions in the west and the south, and that would be next to Poland and Lithuania. But the Russian leader, rootin' tootin', said that the dictator had not consulted him before raising the possibility of cutting the Russian gas flows to Europe, adding that such a move would risk harming ties between Lukashenko and rootin' tootin'. And you don't want to cut ties with rootin' tootin', otherwise it turns out very, very bad for you. The Russian leader said the dictator had not consulted him about cutting the gas to Europe. He can, I guess, said Putin. It's not good, though, and I'll talk to him about it. Probably the most chilling words in the English language. Vladimir Putin said he's going to talk to you about something. Putin said, I've recently spoken to Lukashenko, and he didn't mention this to me once. He said, in theory, Lukashenko, as president of a transit country, could order Russia's gas supplies to be cut to Europe, but this would mean a breach of our gas transit contract, and I hope this will not happen, Putin added. He then offered him a nice cup of tea.
Warning, warning!
Put your affairs in order before having that tea. Of course, rootin' tootin' could be just playing us and goading on Lukashenko in private. He is an evil mastermind, you know.
Correct.
And as the crisis escalated, Britain's most senior military officer warned that there's a greater risk of an accidental war breaking out between the West and Russia than at any time since the Cold War.
Oh, no.
So that's going to be war in Europe. That'll be World War III. Meanwhile, World War IV will be taking place far, far away. Unfortunately, it will be between Australia and China, and as Australia is going to be where we get all our fresh, delicious meat, that's going to be very upsetting. Christmas is cancelled. Paint your windows white and hide under your kitchen table. That's the best advice I can get you.